Today is March 10th, 2021, and this is the City of Evanston Plan Commission meeting. Calling the meeting to order. First order of business is we need to suspend the rules in order to allow for the meeting to be conducted electronically through Zoom due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Do I have
No,
such a
actually,
motion?
first we need to determine a quorum. I think we do, but just want to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm skipping that part. Please, Ms. Jones,
All right.
call roll for the quorum.
Commissioner Draper,
Here.
Commissioner Halleck. I see you, Commissioner. Commissioner Hugo,
Here.
Commissioner Johnson, Commissioner Linwall,
Here.
Commissioner Westerberg,
Here.
and Chair Isaac.
Here.
You have a quorum.
All right, now that we've established a quorum, we need a motion to suspend the rules in order to conduct this meeting through Zoom. Do I have such a motion?
Yes. I move that we suspend the rules to conduct the meeting through Zoom.
All right, Commissioner Lindwall's motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Draper seconds. Commissioner Westerberg, you're on mute. I saw your lips moving, but couldn't hear you. All right, Ms. Jones, please call the roll to vote on the motion.
Commissioner Draper,
Yes.
Commissioner Halleck,
Commissioner Halleck, we can't hear you. It doesn't say you're on mute, but we haven't been able to hear you.
Commissioner Hugo.
Aye.
Commissioner Linwall,
Yes.
Commissioner Westerberg.
Yes.
Go back to Commissioner Halleck. I think you might be having technical difficulties. Okay, Chair Isaac.
Yes.
Okay, that passes.
Okay. Item 3 on our agenda is approval of the meeting minutes of January 27th, 2021. Does anyone have any comments, any additions, subtractions, to meeting minutes as drafted? All right, hearing none. Is there a motion to approve the meeting minutes of January 27th, 2021?
I move approval.
Commissioner Linwall's motion. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Commissioner Hugo seconds. Ms. Jones, if you would call roll for the votes.
Commissioner Draper,
Yes.
Commissioner Halleck,
Yes.
Commissioner Hugo,
Yes.
Commissioner Linwall,
Yes.
Commissioner Westerberg.
Oh, we can't hear you, Chris.
Sorry, I believe I have to abstain. I was not present at that meeting.
Okay. And Chair Isaac.
Yes.
That passes.
All right, the meeting minutes of January 27th are approved. Next order of business is our, let's see, it's the only item on our agenda. This is new business. It is plan development for 2715 Hurd Avenue, item number 20 PLND-0059. Before we begin, I'd like to ask anyone that's anyone that's not a commissioner or isn't actively speaking at the time and has been invited to speak at the time to put themselves on mute, and so that we can hear the person that is supposed to be talking at that time. Just as a sort of summary of what's going to happen tonight, it's the purpose of the Plan Commission and the public hearing we're having today is to gather facts and information regarding the petition and use that information, provide that information with a motion to recommend approval, approval with refinements, or denial to the city council, where the final action will occur. Our body here is just a recommending body. We make no final decisions with respect to plan developments. Okay. City staff is going to start with a presentation. The petitioner will then present their testimony and their presentation. At that time, there will be a chance for the members of the public to ask questions. And during that portion, the question and answer portion, we would ask that you keep your questions to those that are actually eliciting facts. We're not looking for arguments or rhetorical questions. That type of testimony will be able to be provided immediately after the question and answer session, where what we call the public comment question. Throughout this whole process, members of the commission will be able to ask questions of staff and the petitioner. And then once all of that is completed, we will close the public record, and the commission will deliberate and come up with a decision on what recommendation, what recommending action we are going to provide to the city council. At the end of the question and answer session, there will be an opportunity for members of the public who live within 1,000 feet of the development, of the planned development, to request an extension of the hearing in order to gather and provide rebuttal evidence to anything that they've heard at this meeting here today. That will be the time to provide that, and at that time, we would ask that you provide what, identify what information or what testimony you seek to rebut, and basically the reason for your request for a continuance. With that, I believe Mr. Griffith, you will be providing the staff report to the commission for this item.
That's correct. That's correct.
Great, please.
All right.
You should be able to share your screen. Let me know if you have any issues.
Is everyone able to see that?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So the location of the property, I think we all know, is at the northeast corner of Hurd Avenue and Park Place. Currently, the site is occupied by a church, parking lot, and some parking along the alley. The applicant is looking to redevelop the site with a daycare center for children. The building size is just under 20,000 square feet at 19,836 square feet. The building height is proposed at 39 feet, 2 stories. I do want to note that 39 feet is to the very top part of the building that you see there. The parapet wall is at a height of 32 feet. The applicant is proposing to provide 34 spaces in total, with a parking lot on the north side of the building and some parking on the east side of the building. The size of the property itself is 32,733 square feet. This is the proposed site plan. On this drawing, north is to your left. So the building is situated towards the southwest corner of the property. The parking lot is on the north side. There's a two-way entrance off of Hurd Avenue with a right out exit only onto the alley. And then there's parking along the alley that's intended for employees. The roof will feature a playground area. This is the proposed landscape plan showing landscaping across the property, showing the landscape strip, buffer strip along the north edge of the property, and some extensive landscaping on the west side of the building at the entrance. And these are just the floor plans, just for information, classrooms, common areas, lobbies. Specifically, the developer is asking for site development allowances related to building height. The code requirement is not to exceed 35 feet or 2.5 stories. The building is at 39, and again, that's the very top stairwell and elevator well. An impervious surface coverage where 45 maximum is permitted. The site plan is showing a coverage of 69.1%. Currently, the coverage is at 63%. They're asking for open parking to be provided in the east interior side yard. And they're asking for an elimination of the required landscape strip along the east property line. The applicant has provided some examples of public benefits, mainly the addition of childcare in the neighborhood for Evanston families. Should note that this is not a facility strictly related or strictly for Evanston families. It would be open to anyone. And also the note about property taxes being a public benefit. That's not really a public benefit. It's more of the consequence of redeveloping the property. Staff is suggesting that the following be considered as public benefits. Instead of demolishing the church, deconstructing it, meeting LED silver standards, providing LED light improvements in the neighborhood, replacing sidewalk squares, installing a speed bump at the south end of the alley, providing a donation or cash contribution for additional traffic calming improvements in the neighborhood based on neighborhood input, installing a stop sign at the south end of the alley, no through sign in the alley, possibly a donation to the West Central Street service area, special service area, considering a local employment program for low-income and minority students, possibly contributing to the city's affordable housing fund as a way to provide housing needs, and then possibly plowing and salting the alley for the full block and maybe beyond just adjacent to their property. And that's really it at the moment, unless you want me to go specifically over anything else.
Can I ask a question? Excuse me, are the list that you just read, are those benefits that they are providing or only suggestions from the staff?
These are suggestions, and the applicant has agreed to meet this list.
Okay.
The entirety of the list?
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Griffith, we didn't. Thank you.
The question, the list seems somewhat different from the one in the recommendation in the materials. Or did I misread that? It's just the public benefits. I withdraw that comment. I was looking at the final recommendations from staff.
I don't have the staff memo up at the time. Hold on one second.
Hey, everybody, this is Johanna Neiden, Community Development Director. I just want to clarify that comment. So you're looking at the, there was the list of proposed public benefits, and then there's the list of recommendations that is on page, I think, 24 of the packet that details things like working with staff on design details. So there's sort of two bulleted lists in there. Is that what we were the discrepancy?
Yeah, so the list on, there's a list on page 1 of the PDF with 1317 of the packet for this item, and that is what we've been told was the public that staff had recommended. He told the applicant has agreed to, and then so that list would be I guess recommendations that are located on page 16 of 17 and 17 of 17 of the packet, 24 and 25 of the PDF.
I think I caught most of that.
Awesome.
I'm getting very well versed in Zoom, breaking up a little bit. I don't know if anyone else caught that, but
I guess my question was the point of the staff is recommending subject to the following conditions on page 16 of 17. How do we incorporate in the public benefits list into the subject to the following condition to include the public benefits commitments as a condition to the recommendation?
so all of these would be based on the feedback, and then they would be incorporated into the ordinance that would go to the Planning and Development Committee. So things like a construction management plan, as well as some of the public benefits that they've agreed to, would be incorporated into that ordinance.
Hugo, at the we're voting on this. We would vote amending listed page 13.
Isaac, maybe turn off your video for a few minutes and see if that helps with, yeah. I don't think anyone caught what was just said.
Oh, yeah.
It's not much better.
No.
The second alternative is if you have a
Um,
cell phone, you could try to call in using the switch to phone audio option.
Yeah, I'll try to do that. Just give me 1 minute and I have to pull up the okay. All right, Megan, I'm trying to get in through my phone. All right, can anyone hear me? Oh, can anyone hear me?
You're coming in clear now.
Okay, good. Sorry about that. Okay, great. a little harder, but
I don't think we've ever had this problem before.
So I would recommend either taking a brief break, just give him a moment to sort out his IT issues, or ask the vice chair to continue with the meeting. It's up to the commission.
Jane, I think we should keep going if,
All right. So I know Peter had a question. I also have a question. So let's go with my question for staff at the moment. Could you explain why this particular project is both a plan development and the special use, just for the benefit of the audience?
Sure. So planned developments are a special use. They are essentially a subset within the special use categories. Special uses are a broad range of uses, and they can vary depending on the zoning district. They are pretty similar in process up to a certain point. They both have a significant amount of staff review. Both must go before a design and project review committee in order to obtain a recommendation. But then at that point, that's when there's a divergence in where each one goes. Special uses go to the Zoning Board of Appeals. Plan developments come before this body, the Plan Commission. And there's also a difference in the distance for the noticing requirement. So special uses, I believe it's 500 feet surrounding the site, and for plan developments, it is 1,000 feet. Both have final decisions that are typically made by the city council.
Can everyone hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, great.
And I'm
Great.
I'm getting one more clarification on an action question that I raised about, why a plan development, and am I not correct in that the size of the proposed development also is one of the reasons why this must be a plan development in addition to the requirement for because the daycare is a special use listed in the zoning ordinance.
Right. That is correct. Plan developments have certain thresholds that they need to meet. It can vary depending on what the actual use is, whether it's a commercial or purely residential or mixed use. Typically, if the one that's the standard is pretty much if a lot is of a certain size, and that would trigger that. I believe that's the trigger for this particular case for it to be a planned development. So the lot is over that minimum threshold.
Okay, thank you. Peter, back to you.
Thank you. Do any other commissioners have any questions with respect to the staff presentation? Okay, so I have one question, and that has to do with the determination of setbacks. And so if you can pull up the site plan, it looks like we're using and I don't even know what it looks like we're using Park Place as the front setback, and Hurd Avenue as the side setback. But it's quite apparent that the applicant is looking to use Hurd Avenue as its front, right? Like, so how is that determination made that we're going to require 27 feet on Park Place and 15 feet on Hurd when the main entrance to the building is on Hurd?
For corner lots, this is always a tricky question. The front is not always the front entrance of either a home or the building. We typically determine the front based on the configuration of the lot. And in this case, a rectangular lot, the shorter lot length versus the longer long length. The shorter length, which would be the north and south ends, typically are going to be defined as the front yard, and therefore then the side yard or the street side there would be the other street. We do that mainly because it makes meeting setbacks more possible. Doing it the other way creates nonconformities in many cases.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And we also look at the neighborhood and the orientation of buildings in the neighborhood as well to add to that determination.
Well, in this case, are there houses to the east that face Park Place, or are they all facing the is it Lincolnwood? It looks like they're all facing Lincolnwood, right? And so in this case, what's the? I mean, it would seem to me that, you know, putting this building at 15 feet off of Hurd, when it looks like all the properties to the north are, you know, provide the 27 feet. I know there's a parking lot in between. But then the house is on the house to the on the east, and is it Lincolnwood Avenue that's to the east of this project? It looks like that's their side yard. Park Place is their side yard. I'm wondering, like, is this a hard and fast rule? Is there a is it up to the zoning administrator or or staff to determine what it's going to be? Is that determination been made? And where, you know, like the ruling's been made that the front setback is going to be considered Park Place?
The code does allow the zoning administrator to make that determination.
Has the zone?
Yes.
So
The code doesn't provide any specific definition of what is supposed to be. It provides details of what needs to be considered, and then it's up to the zoning administrator to make that determination.
Okay, and so you're saying that the zoning administrator, the city of Evanston, has considered this project and has determined that that Park Place the Park Place frontage would be the front setback and Hurd would be the side setback.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the commissioners?
I've got one.
Please, Commissioner Tickler.
It's based on the height requirements. So in the presentation, I mentioned that with the parapet, the height is the 32 feet. It looks like from the elevations that there's a few areas that it's mechanical on the roof that have been created, basically a mechanical building on that level. Just wanted to know code wise, if they did not make an enclosure and it was just mechanical equipment on the roof, then we would be using 32 feet as the height. Like right, correct. So in them
Correct.
adding these enclosures to make it look a little bit nicer, it's exceeding the height. And they might have other things up there as well. Yeah.
Right. The enclosures on the roof are there to provide access to the playground. It's the stairwell
Oh, that's
to
true.
the roof.
Yeah.
And then the elevator goes all the way to the roof. So there's a
I
small
see.
vestibule. So
Okay.
that's what's triggering the 39 foot in the height issue.
Okay.
Okay. with that then, shall we, let's have the applicant come on and give their presentation.
All right. Good evening, everyone. My name is Chuck Marlis. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. I'm one of the owners of Kensington School. I can't tell you how excited I am to have this opportunity tonight. We've been waiting a long time to get to this point. So excitement all around. Tonight, I'd like to start a little bit by speaking about the history of Kensington, what's brought us to the city of Evanston, why we've chosen this site, a little bit about our program, and then I'll hand off the presentation to the consultants I have here tonight, who are my architect and general contractor, Lance Lauderdale, my traffic engineer from KLOA, Michael Worthman, my civil engineer from Spaceco, Jim Kapustiak, or if you don't want to hear directly from them, post my little intro here, we can go right to questions and answers so we can help further clarify our plan. So Kensington School, for those that don't know, was founded in 1969 by my mother, Barbara Marlis. She's a former elementary school teacher in Skokie, and she really understood the importance of a first school experience that started at birth. And since then, we've slowly and carefully grown to have 12 schools in suburban Chicago. This year, we've begun construction on 2 new locations, one in Lincoln Park and one in Park Ridge. We have another on the way in the South Loop. And we've been looking for a suitable location in Evanston for years, for a very, very long time. As we all know, a child's most formative years are those between infancy and 5. And our family spent the last 52 years as leaders in early childhood education in the Chicagoland area. And what started as more, a morning preschool, 52 years ago, has now become a vital component that working families rely on during this critical time in their children's development. Kensington doesn't simply provide a safe and happy place for children while their parents are at work, but more importantly, it brings a level of elementary school readiness that every child needs at every developmental level. So prior to the pandemic, Evanston was already in need of quality community-based childcare. In a 3-mile radius, which is our service area basically, from this location, there are over 7,000 children under the age of 4 and only 1,500 available childcare spaces. This means that only 20% of children in this area have childcare available to them should a working mom or dad need it. With regard to the pandemic's impact on Evanston as it relates to childcare, it's still too early to tell, but what's clearer now more than ever is that quality community-based childcare is paramount to helping working moms get back to work. The pandemic's economic fallout has hurt working moms more than anyone. So childcare is now more vital to their return, as well as to fathers and single parents or guardians. But for as important as quality childcare is to these parents, we know it's still much more important for their children, as you read about in the paper every day. So like I said earlier, we've been looking for a location in Evanston for a really long time. Interestingly enough, I made our first offer to purchase this property back in 2018. And we've been waiting patiently because sadly, there aren't enough locations in Evanston that suit childcare. As you know, Evanston is a city without very large parcels of land to work with. So to find a 2-acre parcel of land in Evanston is really very difficult. Which is, as opposed to some of our other schools, which is, why many childcare centers in Evanston are either in repurposed storefronts or office buildings or churches, often with very little or no parking on site and either more often very little or no outdoor play area on site. So when I came across this property, I was immediately reminded of our school in LaGrange, which was the first building our family bought and built in 1991. It was LaGrange's first elementary school, built in 1894. We performed a complete restoration on it. And we've been part of the fabric of LaGrange and that neighborhood for 30 years now. It's a 3-story, 17,000 square foot building. It sits on a little less than a half an acre of land, which is less than this location in Evanston. It's licensed for over 200 children and is also in a residential neighborhood. And while it doesn't have the benefit of being across the street from a wonderful elementary school such as Willard, there's one down the street. So it's surrounded by homes on all 4 sides, and we've really become part of that neighborhood. So with this location in Evanston, just like the rest of our locations, Kensington's hours of operation will be 6:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. And the day begins, with the director opening the door at 6:30. There may be a couple kids waiting. Shortly thereafter, children will begin to trickle in, and parents will park their car in the parking lot, escort their child in, and leave shortly thereafter. Drop off lasts until about 9:30 or 10, and there really is no activity at the school as far as traffic goes, or any activity for that matter, with the exception of kids playing upstairs in the playground, until pickup begins, which is around 4:30 or 5 o'clock. And that lasts until we close at 6:30. By closing time, there are only, a few children left. So the director will follow the last family out the door and lock up. Sometimes it's, before 6:30. Kensington schools are first and foremost schools. Early childhood education is the underpinning of our program. And we really become part of the communities that we serve. Many of our students, will live in this neighborhood and will go to Willard themselves. And very often, still, a mom or dad will be dropping off one child at Kensington while their older sibling is then brought across the street to attend elementary school. Most child care centers in Evanston are in storefronts or buildings or churches, like I mentioned. And that just doesn't work for us. Each Kensington school, as you can see from the 12 other locations and the new ones we're building in the city and Park Ridge and such, these are purpose-built to the communities that we're in. Many of our locations, such as Hinsdale, Elmhurst, LaGrange Highlands, Wheaton, are all built on residential zoned pieces of property. So a typical school for us is a school that is 9 or 10 classrooms. And, in many of our other suburban school locations where land parcels were larger, we were able to achieve that goal with a one-story building. And it's important for us to have that many classrooms so we can accommodate children of all ages from infant to 5 years old. We'll have, an infant room, an infant toddler room, a 2s room, 3s, and so on until you get to 5. To do anything smaller than that and go through this effort of purchasing real estate, building a purpose-built building, really does not work when you're trying to go through all this effort. 9 to 10 classrooms is pretty much optimal for us, I should say. So as Kensington schools look to communities with smaller land parcels, such as Evanston, such as our school in Lincoln Park, such as our school to be built in the South Loop, or our first school in LaGrange that I mentioned earlier, the need for a second or third story becomes mandatory. This school in Evanston, as you saw from some of those slides earlier, will be 10 classrooms and 2 stories. And we're happy to meet many of the zoning requirements outlaid before us while, leaving some of the pre-existing elements in place that are currently on site. I know there's a landscape strip and there's, some parking issues, but many of those issues, if not all of them, were pre-existing and still exist today on this current church property. So I can go on and on about all this kind of stuff, but I think that maybe it'd be best to hand off the presentation to the rest of my team, or I can leave it to you all to start asking questions. I think what might work the best is that I'll try and answer as best I can just to keep things moving. And if I don't have the immediate answer, I can flip it to someone from architecture or general contracting or traffic or civil engineering. We also have our landscape designer here as well. So
well, why don't we have you whatever presentation that you and your team have put together and are prepared to provide, you can do that, and then we'll ask questions and you can field them as they come in, and your team can help you answer as needed.
Sure. When I spoke to Michael earlier, he mentioned to me that maybe it would be best to go right to Q&A. I'm happy to send it off. I mean, all my guys are pretty well prepared. But we can go to Michael Worthman from KLOA. Michael, if you want to talk about parking and traffic, I know that's a pretty heavy measure on everyone's minds. So why don't we go to you and then we can go to Lance and then Jim Kapustiak with civil engineering.
No problem. Good evening. My name's Michael Worthman. I'm a principal with the firm of Koenig, Lindgren, O'Hara, Abuna, or KLOA Inc. I'm a licensed professional engineer in the state of Illinois and a certified professional traffic operations engineer. We were retained to conduct a traffic study for the proposed school. And I've been working with Chuck for a number of years and probably worked on 5, 6, 7 of his schools. I'll give you a brief summary regarding the school operations. As you've heard, there'll be about 165 students, approximately 20 to 25 staff. As Chuck indicated, the school's open from 6:30 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. 34 parking spaces, 14 on the alley and 20 in the lot. And as Chuck said, the primary drop-off occurs in the morning from about 6:30 to about 9, and then some people start coming, a few people come in after 9 o'clock up until 10 o'clock, with pickup primarily occurring from 4:30 to 6:30 in the afternoon. A couple things about the characteristics of Kensington School, the trip generation. One unique characteristic is it primarily only generates traffic during those morning drop-off and pickup periods. This is about a 2.5 hour in the morning, 2.5 hour in the afternoon. So outside of that 5 hours, the school is generating very little traffic. More importantly, after 6:30 at night, it's closed, does not generate any traffic, and does not generate any traffic on the weekends. It's truly an institution use that's only open during the day. In addition, unlike a school, similar to Willard, where you have a starting bell where all the students arrive at one time, once again, the students here arrive around over a 2.5 hour period and depart over a 2.5 hour period. So that traffic is distributed throughout the day and it's not all arriving at one time, which helps to minimize the impact on the roadway system. Also reducing the impact is you have a lot of carpooling, or some carpooling, I shouldn't say a lot, between children in the same family or children in different families. So all of this helps to reduce the impact and the volume of traffic generated by the school. As we all know, Willard Elementary School is located across the street. It has approximately 480 students, 50 staff, and the school day is from 9:05 to 3:35 p.m. As most of you probably know, the streets around the school, Hurd Park and Central Park, are all restricted to one-way traffic flow from 8:30 to 9:30 in the morning and 3 to 4 p.m. in the afternoon during when school starts and when school ends. So these streets are one way in order to enhance the flow of traffic for that pickup and drop off periods before and after school. Bus loading occurs on Hurd Avenue. However, that occurs north of the site. There's a lay-by lane on the west side of the street. And the pickup activity on Hurd also occurs north of the site. Pickup and drop-off activity is also occurring on Park and Central Park Avenue. So the school traffic is distributed around Willard School when that occurs. The impact of Kensington on the operation of Willard School will be limited for a couple of reasons. The first part is it really does not, or the traffic generated by the proposed school does not coincide with the end of school at Willard School. Willard School ends at 3:35. The pickup is usually done by 4, and Kensington pickup really starts at 4 with the main pickup starting at 4:30. So there's really no overlap in the afternoon. In the morning, there is some overlap, but it's really only about a half an hour from about 8:30 to 9. School starts at 9:05 for Willard. Kensington is winding down. Most of their drop-off occurs between 6:30 and 8:30. So while there is some overlap, it's minor and it will be limited as the Kensington drop-off is winding down for the day. Access to the facility, as you can see from this slide, will be via two-way access drive on Hurd Avenue. This is the existing access drive that served the church. In addition, there'll be a right turn only access drive onto the alley, which will take vehicles out to Park Place. Working with the city, they have indicated that during those 2 hours when the street system is one way, all of the traffic from Kensington will have to exit out onto the alley to Park Place. Just to minimize the conflict with the school traffic, they do not want traffic exiting onto Hurd Street. So for that 1 hour from 8:30 to 9:30 and 3 to 4, all traffic will be exiting onto the alley. However, as I just indicated, we're really not generating much traffic between 8:30 and 9:30, and really no traffic between 3 and 4. So the impact on that alley will be significantly reduced. During the other hours of the day, Hurd Avenue operates as a two-way street, and that access drive will operate as two-way. The alley will continue to remain open. However, Chuck is more than willing to close that alley access if that's what the city wants or the Plan Commission wants. Access to that parking is very flexible in that we have the two drives, and we're willing to work with the neighbors and staff to minimize our impact on the street system, the alley system, and any impact to the neighbors. The street system has more than sufficient reserve capacity to accommodate the traffic to be generated by Kensington. In addition, to minimize the impact of the traffic on the alley, as you've heard, a speed bump will be provided in the alley along the site frontage. Stop sign will be provided at Park Place. The stop sign will be facing the alley, stopping the traffic before it gets to Park Place. Additional signage will be provided at the alley indicating no cut-through traffic. And as you've just heard, one of the benefits are that Kensington will be providing some additional monies to be used if additional measures need to be implemented in the alley or on the street system. We've worked closely with staff, and it's my understanding that they have approved the traffic study and the traffic circulation. And I will be here for any questions that you have. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think we should turn it over to Lance Lauderdale. He's our architect. He'll be also the general contractor on this site. So I want to give him an opportunity to talk about the site, talk about the building components, talk about everything relevant to the design and development of this project.
Hello, my name is Lance Lauderdale. I am the architect and general contractor for Chuck and Kensington School. I've been working closely with Kensington School for the past 20 years, and I've designed and built 10 schools and renovated 2 or 3. As Michael Griffith had explained, the building's 2 stories tall, no basement. It's sited essentially at the corner, beyond the setbacks, Park and Hurd, in order to accommodate the parking to the north and to the east along the alley, which was essentially what is existing with the church. It's also sited there so we can accommodate a stormwater detention facility, which is going to be required under the north parking lot. The school's facade is comprised of masonry and white cladding. The masonry will more than likely be a reddish brick with limestone accents around the windows that are located within the masonry walls. There'll be a white metal cornice that wraps the perimeter, and the cladding and the masonry are alternating, as you can see, to break up the the plane of all four sides of the building. Like I said, the windows will be white, metal clad, slightly recessed, and limestone sills and headers there. At the playground area on the roof, I think to explain a little better the structures that, the penthouse structures that lead to the roof, they're set back well away from the perimeter, the tallest portion of them. The one to the north is, does connect, they both connect to the building, but we've situated them so the one to the north is in the middle of the east-west direction, and the one on the east side is situated about 30 feet away from the Park Place facade. So we've tried to pull both of them as far away from the streets as we can. And those go up to 39 feet. But the cornice, the building height for the cornice is 32 feet. And we also have a screen wall around the playground area for safety, of course. We've pulled that back about 6 feet from the edge of the building. And we've done several perspectives, and I don't know if Michael has those, but we've done a few perspectives to show that you're not going to see the playground equipment, which again is situated in the middle of the roof. We've also, we're also going to provide landscaping screening around the perimeter of the playground area at the top. As far as the impervious surface, we've worked with staff a lot regarding that, along with traffic, and we've reduced it to what we think is the minimal amount. We still need concrete flat work for sidewalks around the parking, and of course exiting the building for safety measures. But we've done our best to reduce that impervious coverage, and we've reduced it by about 10 to 15% since we started this over a year ago working with staff. Of course, I can answer any other questions regarding the interior. I don't think that's something that we're concerned with right now, but we have developed the plans for the second and third floor, or first and second floor, and the rooftop. But I can answer those questions about classrooms and sizes if we need to get into that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Long.
Thanks, Lance. Jim Kapustiak with Spaceco, if you want to give a couple brief minutes about the stormwater management, underground storage vault, and everything civil engineering wise, that would be really helpful.
Sure thing. Yes, hi, I'm Jim Kapustiak from Spaceco, the civil engineer and land surveyor for the project. I'll just try to give you a brief overview of the civil component of this project. First of all, from a public utility standpoint, this site is adequately served by water main and sewer, public sewers in Hurd Street that will be adequate to support this development. And in terms of, I know there's a lot of concern and some comment about stormwater management on this site. As Lance mentioned, per City of Evanston ordinance, we will be required to provide stormwater detention on this site where there currently is none. This will include a new storm sewer system on the site that will convey the runoff from the proposed development and the roof areas of the building, the parking, into this vault, which will then be governed by a restrictor, which will then slowly release the stormwater from this site into the sewer, public sewer in Hurd at a reduced rate from what it is currently. Also, as Lance mentioned regarding trying to reduce the imperviousness of this site, we will explore doing some pervious pavement in the parking areas. which will allow, which will again allow water to infiltrate, similar to what happens in a green space area on the site. And I also wanted to mention that as part of this project going forward, that we will also be required to comply with the Metropolitan Water Reclamation District ordinance as well, and all their other components of their ordinance for this site. So I'll be available if anyone has any additional questions regarding the civil. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I think that might be it, unless Lance, you mentioned we've got the landscape architect on. Do we think we want to have him say a few words, just talk about the landscape architecture and some of the things that are important to Evanston and what we've done to deal with some of those measures?
I don't think so, but we have taken
Okay.
obviously into consideration the Mayor's Monarch Pledge and all the other landscape requirements. If there are questions that the Plan Commission has regarding landscape, then of course Nick can jump in and talk about that.
All right, great. It does it for us, everyone. So we're happy to answer any questions. I'll do my best to answer as best I can. First, if I know the answer, if not, I will pass it off to one of my compatriots here.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yep.
Commissioners, do we have any questions of the applicant or staff after hearing the presentation? Commissioner Linwell?
Yes, I have actually several questions. I just kind of want to have someone walk me through how parents drop off their kids. I presume you park in the parking lot, and then do you walk around to the herd entrance? Is that what the idea is?
That's correct, yeah. So the entrance on Hurd Street will be the main entrance. We'll have a secure lobby there. You know, obviously, security in childcare centers is very important. The rest of the doors that you see on the first floor are all, fire doors, emergency exit doors. There will be one controlled, entrance and exit, and that is on Hurd Street. So just like every other one of our schools, there, moms or dads or whomever will be parking in the parking lot, bringing their car seat or child into the school with them, bringing them to the classroom, and then shortly thereafter leaving. And it works very well. Many preschool programs in Evanston, you've probably seen that long, car line of, where moms and dads just kind of pull up to the, a designated spot, and teachers will ferry their children out to the cars. With children that are infants and toddlers and 2-year-olds, it's really not, it's not a great practice for us. And we found great success just, having the parent bring the child and having custody of them, through that whole transition.
Okay, and then a follow-up question. What are the parking restrictions on Hurd? What would prevent, is there something that would prevent a parent from parking on Hurd, either, next to the school or across the street rather than in the parking lot?
That might be a question for staff, Commissioner Linwell.
Yeah.
But I will say that Willard is right across the street, and so on school days, there's no parking on the west side of Hurd Avenue. But staff, can you provide some more insight with respect to parking restrictions on Hurd?
Or Mr. Worthman may be able to answer as well.
I could answer. I think, I think 34 spaces is a fair amount of parking for a school this size. It's very similar to many other schools that we have, or it's very close to the number of spots we have at other schools. The preference would be that parents would park in that parking lot just to the north of the building. We'd reserve the parking in the alley for teachers only. We couldn't prevent teachers or staff or parents to park, from parking on Hurd if there were a space available. When talking about parking and talking about traffic and talking about all this, I really do know that in my 26 years of experience with Kensington, that when it comes to pick up and drop off, water really does seek its own level. And, when parents know they have a 6:30 to 10 a.m. drop-off time and a 4 o'clock to 6:30 pickup time in the evening, they're going to do whatever's easiest for them. And they're not, I don't think many parents are going to try and fight that morning rush hour of Willard drop-off and drop off their children at those peak times. I mean, I think that, especially this day and age with, people working from home more, and perhaps that's a best practice that sticks. I think that there will be quite a few parents that have a little bit more flexibility in how they pick up and drop off their children. And, I think as a parent, to young children a long time ago, my kids went to Latin in Chicago, you'd have to get in those lines, and it was really torture. And if there was a way to wait an extra 10 minutes, trust me, everybody would have been after it. So, but to answer your question more directly, I'm sorry. I think that if there is parking on the street available, I think we really can't do anything to stop anybody from using it.
Okay, and then also, I didn't see any provisions for deliveries or loading. You're providing lunches to the kids?
Yes. Yes, correct. Yep. So we do an organic lunch delivered daily, and it comes around 10:30 or 11:30 in the morning by a small little paneled van. And that's really the only delivery that we have. So none of our locations have, what you'd call a loading zone with a dock or a loading space. There's no heavy equipment being brought into school. There's no heavy materials. This is a childcare center, preschool. So, lunches are dropped off every morning. They're in big Cambro containers. The next morning, the delivery man picks up the containers from the previous day and drops off the new ones. So it's a pretty seamless process.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, any other commissioners have questions of the applicant or staff?
We got a question. As far as the impervious requirement, which the project's not meeting, has there been any testing to see if this parking and all the services were converted to permeable pavers? Would you meet the credit at that point? Or has there been any testing on that?
I don't know if there's been testing. I think we're at 69%, and I believe the existing location, the church as it stands right now, is around 63 or 64%. So we're fairly close to what's actually existing right now. I'm open to taking a look and seeing what the impervious nature of pavers in the parking lot would look like. We talked to staff early on in one of the earlier DAPR meetings, and actually in some meetings just with city engineering, to try and find a way to maybe take out some of the sidewalks or this and that. And they like the plan as it stands right now. I'd be happy to run that calculation and see if we can pick up 9%. I don't think we can, simply with impervious pavers. But every little bit would help. But I guess at what cost?
Yeah, it's a percentage, I believe, if you have a pervious paver, that it comes off the impervious calculation.
I don't think it's a full credit. I think
it's not a full credit. It's like a percentage, but it's, we're not trying to meet what's existing. We're trying to meet what the current regulations are, which improve pervious surfaces from what is existing now. And I think having a sea of parking existing is not a good condition. So we'd want to improve that in the future.
Okay. Thank you. Happy to run that calculation to see what benefit it would have.
And one more, just it looks like this on your landscape plan, but is the parkway trees going to remain? It looks like there's only one new tree in Park Place. I just want to make sure that's clear that the other parkway trees would remain as existing.
I could not answer that. Lance,
I can answer that. All of the existing parkway trees will remain that are there. And then because we are eliminating the existing Circle Drive on Park Place, it opens up a spot for us to plant a new parkway tree, which is what is kind of highlighted on the plan there. And then, of course, we'll have other trees around the building and a couple in the yard, which would be the front yard on Park Place. A couple of other larger trees there.
Thanks.
Okay, any other commissioners have questions?
Just one question. Is this particular facility about the same size as ones you've done in other suburbs, or is it larger? And if so, is there a reason why you felt you needed a larger center on this site, which is tight, obviously, for a suburban area?
Yeah, so like I mentioned a little bit earlier, this is a little bit larger. Some of our more recently built suburban locations are anywhere between 15 to 17,000 square feet. We do have some locations. There is, one location out in Naperville is as big as 24,000 square feet, but that's Naperville. It's on 3.5 acres of property. This location really, as I said earlier, reminds me of our LaGrange school. In order to get the 9 or 10 classrooms that's needed in order for us to effectively operate this, two stories was needed, simply. There's a lot of stairways. There's 2 big common areas. There's an elevator shaft. There's a lot of redundant space that kind of gets soaked up when you go to 2 stories. We're able to do 9 or 10 classrooms, like I said, in Glenview or Hinsdale or Arlington Heights or Elmhurst or Wheaton or wherever, with 16,000 square feet fairly well. So with the nature of this site being small and the nature of pretty much many locations in Evanston being small sited, small pieces of property, a 2-story school, is necessary. I mean, the fact that you have a planned unit development hurdle of 30,000 square feet for land in Evanston speaks to the fact that there aren't very many large pieces of property in Evanston to work with. So, unfortunately, if I could have found a piece of property that could meet our needs on 1 story, it's an easier building to build and an easier building to operate for our staff. So, this is what we've got.
Thank you.
And and I'll say one more thing. With the schools that we have that are 2 stories, our St. Charles location and our LaGrange location, multiple stories does work. I mean, in Lincoln Park, we're building 25,000 square feet on 3 stories on a 10,000 square foot lot, so less than 1/4 of an acre. So the density of the site doesn't necessarily mean that you can't achieve your goals, or that we can't achieve our goals and have a successful school. Thanks.
Okay. If no other commissioners have questions, I have a few.
Sure.
All right. So, what's the plan for waste, for garbage?
So there is a dumpster or garbage corral over in the northeast corner, right off the alley that you could maybe see.
Yeah.
In there.
Yep, I got it.
Yep. So, there it is, refuse container. So that will be an enclosed structure, however code compliant it needs to be. In some locations, they're built of masonry. Some locations, the actual refuse, the refuse corral, I should say, has an actual lid on it. And there'll be a roll-off container in there that will have a lid on it. And multiple times a week, garbage company will come and they'll roll that out. They'll hook it up to the back of the truck and dump it and take off.
How many times a week?
As many as needed. So we've got some location, it is quite literally as many as needed. So, we have I could get more clarification on that based on other schools of 9 classrooms, but I'd say, at least once or twice a week.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, okay. So, was there any consideration to having your main entrance in the parking lot, like from the parking lot? It seems, a bit, having the drop off, I'm sorry, having people park in the parking lot and walk, around the school to the
Yeah.
entrance.
Yeah, I mean, if you look, it was pretty much, the site plan was a little bit driven by the floor plan, if you will. So, this is a big rectangular box. So to put the classrooms in the four corners makes the most sense. So, if we tried doing that, and we tried getting that front entrance facing the parking lot, because you're correct, that does make a lot more sense. But with the needs that we have for the entrance, with regard to, having a staff member there, having a secured entrance, having, all that kind of stuff, it made those two corner classrooms far too small. So it really didn't work. But yeah, we tried it, and like Lance mentioned, we've been working on this site for well over a year and a half, with schematic drawings and going back and forth with staff, and it's not the best solution, but this is a good one. So there will be a lot of folks that aren't using that lot. There will be a lot that are walking to the school and in the neighborhood. I don't know, that's anecdotal, obviously. I don't know the people that will be coming yet. But in many of our other locations, we do get a lot of people that have walked.
Do you have AM and PM programs, or is this really more daycare? So like we don't have AM PM. So this is a full day program, primarily for children of working moms and dads that need a full day of care while they're at work. So that morning, that really speaks to why there is zero traffic midday. If we had an AM PM program, you'd have an 11:30 crazy time and another 1:30 crazy time, for the PM start. So yeah, just a full day program. Okay. My last two questions relate to traffic. And let's start with I think the easier one. So cars will come southbound on Hurd. They'll enter your parking lot. Something just popped in my head. So the idea to require cars to continue out to the alley and out to Park Place from the alley, is that supposed to be for all time, or is that just during certain times of the day?
Sure. So it's exactly for certain times of the day. And it's only for those times of the day that Hurd is one way. So, originally we'd entertained, closing off our lot to the alley entirely. Just having the alley be the alley, have the parking in the alley be just for the teachers, and have Kensington parents just utilize our lot and that Hurd Street entrance as an egress point. Staff felt that during that, that overlap of time where we are open and there is that one-way traffic on Hurd to accommodate the elementary school, that we open that existing, egress point into the alley, make it egress only, so you can't drive into the lot from it, and then close it with a gate or something at those times that Hurd is two-way. So we're happy to do any or all of those different measures, however, staff, planning department, plan commission, city council wants to see fit.
So so practically speaking, what's the plan? That during during I believe it's probably like 8:30 to 9:30 in the morning, when the road is one way, that you would put up a one of these like traffic horses that would block the egress onto Hurd Avenue, and then during other hours that horse would be moved and placed in the blocking the exit onto the alley?
No, so the access will always be available on Hurd.
But what I'm talking about is preventing egress from your parking lot, right? So what
Yeah.
the idea is to prevent is to force the traffic into the alley during those times.
Yeah, Michael, do we have any, or Michael Griffith, do you have any thoughts on how we prevent traffic from pivoting back out onto Hurd rather than utilizing the open egress channel we have into the alley? Do you recall what was discussed with engineering?
I think it's a combination of communicating to parents that they need to exit through the alley, but also there might be some operational measures to be put in place, such as a barrier to prevent vehicles from pulling out. So I think those definitely need to be considered during the hours that Hurd Avenue traffic flow is restricted. I think there probably should be a barrier to keep vehicles from pulling out onto the street.
So it's a barrier during those, let's say the one way Hurd Avenue hours. We don't want cars exiting the parking lot onto Hurd Avenue. And then during all other hours, we don't want cars exiting the parking lot into the alley. Is that accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate.
I would.
I don't know how to effectively, I mean, in all honesty, I don't know how to effectively limit access back out onto Hurd during those 2 1-hour time periods. I mean, you could put a sawhorse there. Yeah, you can put a traffic horse there, but it's not stopping someone from using the inbound lane. And kind of, these are moms and dads and whomever. They're going to, they're going to do, and that's why I kind of go back to what I said earlier about water kind of seeking its own level. I mean, I've seen Hurd in the morning, I've seen it in the afternoon. It's busy. And I think that if I were dropping off my kid or picking them up, I just purely avoid those two peak times. I think they're late enough that most working moms and dads, I mean, there's going to be a lot of commuters coming back. People are going to be coming there at 6:30 to 7:30 in the morning. They're really not going to be coming at 8:30. I mean, we don't see it really a whole lot now. As Michael Worthman said, that overlap is not significant in the morning, and it doesn't exist at night.
Okay. Mr. Griffith, is there a plan for restricting let's say when a car gets to Park Place from the alley, are they going to be required to turn left? Is there going to be a sign saying left turn only between 8:30 a.m. and 9:30 a.m. and 3 and 4 p.m.? Because you don't want them turning right and going back out to Hurd, right? And adding to the traffic that you're trying to limit.
There wasn't a specific conversation on restricting the turn onto Park Place, but I think as the facility operates, if those problems come up, then those restrictions can be discussed and implemented. But there wasn't a conversation about restricting that turning movement.
Okay. And then as far as what's and this is a question for the applicant, I guess, what's the anticipated way that people will get? I mean, I understand that cars are going to have to come down Hurd Avenue to get to your location, but where are they coming from? I mean, are we anticipating that a good number of cars are going to be coming in from like going around the school from Central, and then, you know, like going north on the street to the west, and then back around and down Hurd. Are we anticipating that they're going to be coming in from Isabella, from like they're going to be heading south from Wilmette? Like, what's the larger traffic implications of this site, right?
Yeah,
Not just
so
like right on the site, but like where are all these cars going to be coming from?
yeah, so that's good. That's a good question, and it's really difficult to say right now. You know, Evanston is a very population dense town. So while, you know, geographical demographics that we do out in Glenview or Arlington Heights or other suburbs that are more spread out, we have a further reach, you know, a 2, 3, 4 mile radius reach. I go back to LaGrange again, which is also very population dense, very similar to Evanston. And that LaGrange location, you know, it's got maybe a mile radius around it as far as where all the families are coming from. And they're coming from all directions. So how they get there is, you know, quite literally, you know, how do families that are in that Willard Elementary Schools district get to Willard Elementary School? You know, they'll come from the north, south, east, or west. They'll, you know, they'll take strollers, kids will ride bikes, they'll get dropped off, they'll carpool, they'll do all kinds of different things. And I see that Kensington, you know, pretty much acts in the same way. Will we get some kids from south of Central? Sure. Will we get some from, you know, South Wilmette? Probably. Will we get some from, you know, over on the lake? Probably not.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So, you know, this is going to be that's why I say this is a community, you know, this is a community school. You know, it just happens to serve infants through kindergartners versus, you know, kindergartens through 5th graders.
Okay. All right. Do any commissioners have any questions, or shall we open it up to questions from the public? All right, hearing none. Members of the public who have been waiting patiently, thank you. So I have a list of individuals who have asked to questions or comments tonight. If I ask you if you have any questions, you can say no. If all you want to do is comment later on, you'll have an opportunity to do that then. And then for those of you that did not sign up, you can, there's a function in Zoom for you to raise your hand. And once I get through my list, I will look through the list of participants to see who has their hand raised electronically. And then if you can't figure out how to do that, I'll ask right before we go into the public comment section whether there's anyone who hasn't had a chance to ask questions, whether they want to, and then you can just unmute yourself and ask a question then. Okay. So with that being said, give me 1 second here.
Peter, can you hear me?
Yes. Who is this?
My name's Tim Reardon, and I was picked by the neighborhood to take everyone through a quick presentation that the neighborhood put together to start off the questioning. It kind of sets up a lot of the questions people have.
I mean, I understood that there was a member of the community that was going to going to speak on behalf of the community, but not that we'd like be modifying our normal procedures.
Well, we were told we could put together a short presentation and share our screen for 5 minutes.
Michael or Ms. Jones, what's the understanding here? If this is something that you've agreed to, I won't get in the way of it, but I thought
the neighbors can definitely have a representative give a presentation. I think, as I mentioned to you, so that part is not. It's just a matter of where in the process, you wish for that to occur. Typically, presentations occur during public comment.
That's my understanding. Yes. Okay. All right. So we're all on the same page, and yes, sir, I was made aware that there would be a member of the community that was going to be speaking on behalf of the community, but that's going to happen a little later.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
All right. Let's see. Ms. Jones, you sent me a PDF and an Excel spreadsheet. It looks like they're the same thing, right?
Yes, it is, just in case there were any technical difficulties.
Understood. Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, so the first person on my list is a Mr. Peter Boyle. I believe I saw you on the call. Mr. Boyle, do you have questions of the applicant or of staff?
I am on the call and I do have a question. Thanks for the opportunity. Can you hear me?
Please. Yes, sir.
Excellent. So my name is Peter Boyle. I live at 2708 Lincolnwood Drive. My question is for the city. The city of Evanston has a history and even set a precedent with regards to use of the alley by commercial establishments. I think Evanston aggressively pursued Trader Joe's on Chicago Avenue, but still tried to protect the residents whose properties line the alley. And the city insisted that there be no traffic related to Trader Joe's commercial operations. And I think the city was even prepared to, lose that highly sought after tenant or development. And I think there were similar reasons for People's Market, which is now Whole Foods. So in the Dapper meeting for Kensington, the city engineer, and I think Chuck was hitting on this, they kind of had the opposite position to say, hey, all traffic should go down the alley. And my concern is the safety there. So to what degree does this precedent get factored into the decision tonight, right? These precedents that have been set where the city voted against it for Trader Joe's, and now in a R1 location, it's now being suggested by the city. Does that make sense?
Mr. Griffith, are you going to be responding to that as far as whether this is whether this is precedent setting or whether there is precedent has been set?
I don't know Trader Joe's or Whole Foods, so I can't really comment on the discussions that occurred then. But specific to this plan, the planning staff met with Public Works staff to iron out the best traffic flow. And the best traffic flow was determined that during those restricted hours on Heard, that traffic would exit onto the alley, and so use the alley to disperse traffic throughout the neighborhood during those peak traffic periods. So in terms of setting a precedent or not, I think each case has to be reviewed on its own merits, and the site conditions need to be reviewed on its own merits. And I think the specific use needs to be considered. A daycare center is not the same kind of use as a retail establishment like Trader Joe's. The traffic flow is different. The traffic volume, the timing of traffic is different. So I don't think those are uses that are compatible or similar in this situation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Griffith. Mr. Boyle, do you have any other questions?
Just to follow up, did the KOA study take that alley usage into account? Who's that question for, Mr.?
Question for the applicant and the representative from KLOA.
Oh, KLOA. Yeah, Mr. Worthman, I think it was.
Yeah, Mike, do you know that one? Michael?
Yeah, I'm sorry. The study showed a certain amount of traffic using that alley. And like I said, we've worked with the city staff and they feel comfortable with the usage of the traffic on the alley.
Okay.
All right. Any other questions, Mr. Boyle?
Not at this time. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, sir. Janine Scheimer. Ms. Scheimer?
Sorry, I was having trouble unmuting. Okay, so my question, my husband wasn't able to join, but he was supposed to ask a question also. So I'm going to combine our questions into each other. We live at 2727 Hurd Avenue, so just a few houses north of the church. So we deal with the traffic with Willard in normal times daily. And so we are wondering about how when cars cut through the alley and then turn onto Hurd going north or south, like it might not be legal according to the signs, but we're wondering if you guys have a plan for Evanston Police to control it. Are they going to be ticketing people? Will Kensington have a traffic guard? Or how is it going to be managed or enforced?
So this is a question for staff, it sounds like.
Sure.
And so the question is, well, I guess just right off the bat, there already is one-way traffic restrictions currently existing. And staff, do you know whether Evanston Police are enforce that? Number one, and then I believe at the corner of Park Place and Hurd, there probably is a crossing guard every day. While I don't drive by that school every day, I know the crossing guards are pretty darn good about enforcing one ways around around our Evanston schools. But staff, do you know about how these one-way restrictions are enforced?
Good evening, Johanna Neiden. So usually the police would be involved in enforcement if there was observed violations, or generally if residents flag this to their alderman. If in a situation of a new use, staff, planning staff, engineering staff, even sometimes police are more observant of how things work out. And if there were issues, we would work to address them. Sometimes we can do those. We have the problem-solving officers. Sometimes that's through maybe working with where we might see the generation. So if it was Willard families doing drop-off, or if it was maybe sourcing from this group, we would go to that group and say, can you communicate through whatever electronic means or post notes, or try to do it that way, and then go to probably more of a ticketing enforcement. If people are doing things that are violations of traffic laws, then they would certainly be subject to potential violations.
Okay, so because just from living across the street from Willard, I can tell you today, there was a minivan that was going the wrong way, was doing a 3-point turnabout in the middle of the street during busy drop off. And like, it happens daily. So, and you're correct, there is a traffic guard or, crossing guard for Willard, and he's, got it under control. But I'm talking about people that are exiting your parking lot and going the wrong way. I'm wondering about specifically a Kensington traffic guard who is going to be policing it. There is a cop that comes like once a year, and I've seen him give a couple of tickets, but it's not regular, it's not regular for as much as me having a driveway trying to get out of my driveway in the morning going to work. Sometimes I'll be sitting there for 10 minutes when cars are going both directions when they're illegally doing that. So that's,
you're talking about in the exiting the parking lot into the alley, but sort of
so I'm kind of combining my questions.
Curb a little bit and going north instead of south in the alley.
Correct. And I mentioned the alley, but I'm also concerned about the cars coming through the Kensington lot and going north on Hurd, which they aren't supposed to be doing it. The guard is only there for an hour in the morning, so that's one thing. But I mean, just in general, I will tell you, whether or not Kensington happens here, cars will exit your parking lot and go north illegally. I promise you that.
Well, hold on a second. Just point of clarification. because I drove around the neighborhood, but I don't live there, and so maybe I'm mistaken. But my understanding is that Hurd is a one-way southbound for 2 hours a day during school days.
Correct.
Right. So outside of those hours, 8:30 to 9:30, and then 3 to 4, it's a two-way. So a car leaving the parking lot during those outside of those 2 hours is well within its right to exit the parking lot, go north, right?
Yeah, I'm talking during the Willard hours when it is illegal to be going north.
Okay, so during the one way, which is why when I was questioning, I asked whether there would be some kind of traffic horse or something to discourage people from exiting the parking lot onto her.
Right. Yeah. And that would be good. But I'm just wondering if there would be a guard there, because in addition to the guard that is just a little bit south, that's a crossing guard, he's worried about, the Willard kids. He's not looking halfway up the block when cars are exiting the wrong way. And also,
Understood. So I think what staff's response to your question was that that when, from time to time, when these kind of issues happen, and they probably happen, every year, every other year, as there's new people coming to schools and they're not familiar with the protocols, that they will then get involved. The staff will get involved, that they will get the responsible parties involved, which in this case would be Kensington School, and would then get either their problem-solving officers or police officers out there to sort of correct the behavior so that it doesn't continue to occur. So that, I think that's your answer.
yeah, and that answered my second question that I was going to ask. Just, I promise you, it's a daily occurrence, and parents are, I understand that Kensington is saying, well, parents are going to start coming at 6:30 in the morning, but there's going to be the 20 parents that are trying to drop their kid off 10 minutes before they need to be at work, and they're running late and they're in a panic and they don't care. They just need to go. So that's what happens every day outside of Willard, and it's nuts. So I just want you guys to make note of that.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Isaac, could I just a follow-up question? Maybe I missed it earlier in discussion. Is there a sign planned for as you exit out the parking lot onto Hurd to indicate no right-hand turn during the restricted hours? Is that part of the signage that's being anticipated?
Yes, we will have no right-hand turn signs during those 2 hours of operation.
Well, it should be do not enter signs, right? Because no cars should be going left or right out of that parking lot.
But you need both. Yeah, you need both signs. Yeah, you need no enter and you get no right-hand turn.
You're correct. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
The goal based on staff is to have all traffic that comes into Kensington during those 2 hours of operation exit through the alley and southbound through the alley. So yeah, you're correct. Those would need to be, do not enter during those 2 hours.
And can I add, a barricade would be much better, because people don't read signs. They don't care. They're late.
They're still coming in that way, which is what Commissioner Isaac had mentioned earlier, was that they could still be coming in southbound on Hurd, make a left into the lot. We could put a barricade on half of it as well. Some kind of, and that might be the solution, is to have two swinging arms, that we send a staff member out to, swing the Hurd one closed and the alley one open during those 2 hours, and then vice versa during the other 11 hours of the day. Yeah. But, we just remember, based on traffic counts from other schools and such, we're talking about a small handful of people in this morning hour. And like Michael Worthman said earlier, hardly any in the evening, as we don't really even have any pickup available prior to 4:30.
Okay.
Okay,
right.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you, Ms. Scheimer. And you said your husband, Aaron, is not present and will not be asking questions,
Yeah,
right?
he's working late, so I sort of combined my questions into Thanks. So that's it. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Mary Skinner.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. So my question, I guess, is for both the city as well as the Kensington School. It's generally around the congestion around Willard. My kids have both gone K-5 through Willard School. We've experienced the traffic patterns. When they changed the traffic patterns to be one way on Heard, we requested no, my residence is at 2704 Lincolnwood Drive. So my alley and my garage butts up to the alley adjacent to the proposed school. And I find it troubling that when we requested after this one-way traffic be posted, that we have no through traffic signs posted in the alley, because I've seen significant traffic, and I don't know how you're going to predict where the traffic is going to come from or going to go, because no matter what signs we have posted, they will not always be obeyed. Jerry Michael, who's the principal at Willard, has sent out numerous emails requesting people not to go this way, not to park this in these certain places, but it's generally ignored. And people coming that live in the neighborhood, that live outside of the neighborhood, that are driving their kids up from Ward 5, because the Ward 5 kids come to school up here in Northwest Evanston as well, they don't obey the traffic patterns. And I've requested a blue and white to come and sit and watch the traffic. It was not well received. It was not well received that people issue tickets for folks that were not obeying traffic patterns.
Ms. Skinner,
Yeah.
we need to have the question. So there'll be a time for comment, but we need to have the question.
Okay, so my question is, how are you going to predict where the traffic is going to enter and exit from, whether you have these signs posted, because ultimately they are not going to be obeyed? How can you predict where the traffic, because I've seen traffic entering the alley from Park Place into the alley and will enter to drop off their kids. So how will you police that?
Ms. Skinner, how you will police it has already been answered by the by staff from the prior member of the public. And how you can predict traffic flow is you can't predict it to 100% certainty, but staff is well versed in how traffic works in the city of Evanston, probably as good as anyone. The applicant hired KLOA, which does a lot of traffic studies, and so there is no 100% predictor, but the information we're being given, I believe, is the best information that is out there. All right, no other questions, Ms. Skinner? Okay. So next is Andrew Nebel. Mr. Nebel?
Okay, so I have more of a comment. So should I wait and you'll
just wait. I'm gonna go through my list a second time once we're through this list. All right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Frederick Hoxie.
Okay. Good evening. My wife and I live at 2717 Lincolnwood Drive in the next block. And we asked this question because we've lived in this neighborhood for nearly 40 years. We sent our 4 children to Willard, and we're now watching our grandchildren enjoy the Willard experience. We participated in a long debate over Willard's expansion. We have witnessed the impact of that expansion on the neighborhood, creating traffic and circulation problems, which you just heard from Mary, our across the street neighbor, and daily safety concerns. The Kensington business will apparently draw 165 children to this site. That's a third of the size of Willard. And this new business would bring more children into the street than the Willard expansion of several years ago. And we suspect that all of the Kensington daycare clients will arrive by car. It seems obvious that this dramatic.
Mr. Hoxie,
I have a question.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
I think it's fair to put a question in context, and I have my question right here.
Okay, great. Thank you.
It seems obvious that this dramatic expansion will cause major gridlock and hazards, in effect turning this intersection into a campus. It's an accident waiting to happen. What exactly will Kensington do to prevent these safety and congestion problems for the current Willard students and their families and for their own clients?
Okay, so Mr. I'm sorry. This is a question of the applicant, and the question is, what safety precautions are you taking? And I believe we've gone through this, but if you want to summarize the safety,
they don't know where they're coming from. They don't know how many there will be. They have a vague estimate that some people will come at 6:30. Some people.
Okay, so Mr. Hoxie, you asked the question. Excuse me, sir. You asked the question. We're going to allow the applicant to provide an answer.
Absolutely. I just wanted to clarify what I'm asking.
Okay, thank you.
You're on mute, Chuck.
Thank you, Michael. I was saying I'm gonna have Michael answer this one from KLOA. They were the ones that did the study and really have all the the present data on this.
So once again, a couple things. As I indicated, the most important aspect of this is the main traffic generation of the Kensington School does not overlap with Willard School, particularly in the afternoon. The Kensington School will be generating a very limited, if any, volume of traffic at that 3:30, 3:40 when the school gets out. When the school starts at 9:05, Kensington is pretty much full at that time. You just have a few people coming in towards the end of the morning. So the overlap is very small. Second, like all schools with a fixed start time like Willard, you do have that surge of traffic, typically lasts for about 15, 20 minutes, and then it's done. Third, we are providing a number of improvements to the alley, which I indicated previously, and funding additional improvements if required down the road after the school is open, and if the city desires or determines that additional improvements are needed along the alley or along the street system. Chuck is more than willing to work with the city. We've talked to the city. We want to be a partner with the city, with the neighborhood, and we will do what we can to minimize all impacts on the roadway system.
Perhaps if I could be a little more precise, would your steps that you're taking be any different if you had 80 students coming instead of 165 or perhaps 200?
If the enrollment was different?
That's the question.
The question is, would you have a different arrangement if there were, say, 80 students or 50 students? If it were more reasonably, if the facility was more reasonably designed for the size of the lot?
So the question is, are any of these things that you're implementing as far as dealing with traffic, would they still exist if there was only half the number of students? Or is it everything you're doing, would it still be the same whether there's 80 or 160 or 200?
Yeah, to most certainly we would be doing the alley improvements since we're using the alley, and the other improvements, given the one-way circulation and Willard School, we would be implementing the same sort of improvements, restrictions that are proposed now that we worked through with staff, went through DAPR, So we've worked this through with staff, and your staff is very comfortable with the arrangement and the proposed plan.
So it would be,
You didn't do anything extra for the 165 students.
it would be safe to say that what you're implementing is use specific, not use and location specific, not size of school specific. Right?
To a certain extent, yes.
Okay.
I would say you're correct. You summed it up well.
Mr. Hoxie, do you have any other follow-up questions?
No, I think, what was that? Yeah, just the other thing to mention is that, of course, Willard has after-school care, and there's drop-off and pickup there as well. It goes much later than 3:30.
We understand that, but the volume of traffic is much lower than you have during that pickup period. So it's, it's much, much lower, and there's far more capacity on the roadway system.
Much and lower are pretty open terms. It'd be interesting to know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hoxie.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, next is Alyssa Jameson.
Hi, this is Alyssa. I'm at 2750 Lincolnwood Drive. First, I just want to state what I think is a factual inaccuracy in something that the city requested of Chuck Marlis in regards to there being signs, no through traffic signs in the alley. Those are already there. And they were put in a couple of years ago at the request of the residents. I'm a little concerned that that wasn't noted by Chuck Marlis. And just gives me a little concern about what else he might have missed. So, including his traffic study. So just a factual inaccuracy there.
Thank you.
My question really is focused on diversity and inclusion. I think we've covered traffic a lot and safety a lot. I'm not sure that any of us are satisfied with those answers, but let me move on. In a scan of your website, and this is directly for Chuck Marlis. In a scan of your websites through all of your schools, I really didn't see any mention of diversity and inclusion, which does figure very prominently in other neighborhood preschools, which is something that's very important to Evanston. So I would like to know how your diversity and inclusion goals are aligned to the goals of the city of Evanston, specifically Section 4 of the city's commitment to end structural racism, to be a welcoming place to all people and examine its own practices that may unintentionally exclude some of our neighbors, particularly people of color. Can you respond to that?
Yeah, that's a great question. Diversity inclusion is very important to us. We make a very strong, mindful effort to, hire teachers, of all races and religions and creeds, and whomever's qualified goes through the same process as everyone else. And we really don't, discriminate as far as race goes. As far as for the enrollment, our doors are open to everyone. So, anyone that is looking for childcare, more than willing to, accept them and have them enroll. So I don't know how there could be anything more that we could do other than say, our doors are open to everyone. We're willing to hire anyone that's qualified and meets the DCFS regulations to be a teacher at any level, whether it's assistant, lead, director. We have many teachers of color, many teachers of different, backgrounds. We are not discriminatory at all.
Okay, so let me follow up on that and say that I would disagree that there is so much that you can do for outreach to the community. And Evanston really has taken a posture where we are really trying to not just sit back and possibly say, our doors are open. There is much more to be done. I think I'm also concerned because the median income of Evanston is about $37,000. Your tuition appears to be around 40 or 50. So what are you doing specifically to make sure that your doors are literally open to everyone and you make it possible for people to go to your school?
Yeah. So first of all, our tuition is not $40,000 or $50,000, and I'm not really sure where you're getting that data. It's less than half of that, depending on what age your child is. But like many other childcare centers, in Evanston, many other preschools in Evanston, there are best practices that are in place to, to be able to accommodate, anyone willing to go. But, unfortunately, this is, not a public service. And, we have to, do our best to, provide a level of care and provide a service to, those who can afford it.
So I'm understanding that there is no work that you are currently doing to support the City of Evanston's diversity and inclusion goals, other than to say our doors are open to whoever wants to attend.
Ms. Jamison, we really haven't gotten there yet. To be fair, we really don't even know if we have a Kensington School of Evanston. I'd be more than happy to talk about this with you at any other time. So, this is a very early part of the process, but this is, a really important point that you bring up, and I'm happy to talk to you and or anybody in Evanston, to make this a more diverse and inclusive place.
I would respectfully ask that the council really take a look at that when they're considering about whether or not to put this forward, not just for a building, but what it brings to the Evanston community. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Jamison. Dennis DeCapri.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to speak to, I have a couple of questions, but I'd like to speak to building height to begin with. So as Mr. Marlis pointed out, in order to make this work for him, he needs the number of classrooms, and I assume the population of 165 students or children to make this work. And I assume that means financially. When you do that, you're jamming obviously a very large building onto a very small lot. And the only thing that you can do to accommodate it then is to increase the building height. So we're going up a couple of stories. We're adding a playground on the roof. I'm an architect, I should say, by way of making an explanation here. And I do a lot of commercial buildings, residential buildings as well. This is a flat roof building. It's got a playground on top. It already exceeds the building height by 4 feet. It's at 39 feet to the top of the stair towers. With a flat roof building, you need to drain water. You need to drain the roof. It's not a pitched roof. You need to drain it. You can't just plop down a playground surface on top of that roof. It needs to be elevated anywhere in the range of 12 or more inches up. And once you elevate that, you'll need to bring those stair towers and the elevator tower up that additional foot or however much it is. So my question is, the first question is, has that been considered? Are there details and can we see them? And will the building height increase? And before I go on to get the answer to that question, the second question would be, there are several locations on the roof that indicate there is mechanical equipment. That mechanical equipment isn't shown. Certainly it hasn't been designed at this point, which is probably why it's not shown, but it's not shielded. It's probably very large and very noisy. Couldn't tell you how tall it is. Do we expect to see some additional fencing and acoustic barricades around this mechanical equipment? Do we know what size it is and what it will be?
Okay, I think that those are two questions for the architect. Is it Lawrence or Larry?
Lance.
Lauderdale, yep.
Lance, sorry. I knew it started with an L. Apologies.
Yeah, Dennis, I have taken into consideration how the roof's going to drain and how tall the playground surface is, and it's all taken into consideration, and the top of those penthouses are going to be 39 feet.
Are there details?
No.
How, can you explain how it's been taken into consideration? Let me ask you point blank. Is the playground surface raised off of the roof?
Is it what off of the roof?
Is it raised above the roof level so the roof drains?
It's part of the roof level.
So you're.
It will drain. It will drain. There won't be a drainage issue. It has been taken into consideration. There's a parapet wall around the perimeter. That's the 32 feet. I know what the floor to ceiling heights are. I know what the structural sandwich is. I know what I need for my mechanical ducts.
Okay, so Mr. Lauderdale, what is the playground, the floor of the playground? What material is it made of?
It's a combination of hardscape pavers on pedestals and a poured rubberized playground material.
Okay, and beneath that is there roof material?
Yes, under the majority of the roof, but the poured playground material is part of the roof. It'll be poured on top of it, but it'll drain to the actual membrane roof.
So it's what's the word I'm looking for? It'll drain out toward the other portions of the roof.
Yes.
I hear two separate things. I hear that it's pedestal pavers, so pavers sitting on pedestals, which is common, which would raise it up by whatever, they're adjustable, you can raise up whatever. But you're also saying it's adhered to the roofing surface. From what I know, any roofer wouldn't allow you to adhere anything to their roofing without, breaking the warranty. So
But
I'd like to see details to just for no other reason to clarify.
Sure. We can, if we can move on to the next step of this process and we start developing the plans more, then I'll be happy to share those.
So,
I'd like to see it before we got there, but that's fine. But so in answer to your question, you're telling me the height of 39 feet is constant, won't change.
Mr. DeCapri, the applicant is asking for 39 feet, and that is one of the allowances they're asking for. And so when they build their building, if they're approved for the 39 feet, it's going to need to be 39 feet. Otherwise, they're going to come back and ask for it to be more, and they may not.
Agreed, and that's a part of the issue. But if that playground surface were to need to be raised up, now we're beginning to see playground equipment, etc. So let's leave that where it is. The next question about the mechanical equipment.
The mechanical equipment will be screened as necessary. Right now, it's, we've got a 3-foot parapet there. We don't know if we're using heat exchangers or makeup air systems. So
you don't know anything about the size of the equipment or what it would take to screen it?
Not yet.
What about
we have an idea, and it won't be set at the parapet wall. It'll be more set towards the middle of the building, and it will be
closer to the playground equipment then.
Right. It will not be at the perimeter, of course. And if it is required to be screened for visual or for sound, then we will do that.
Yeah,
Okay.
and one thing Lance did just mention is that the flat roof sits 3 feet below the parapet. So if there is mechanical equipment and it is towards the middle of the building, it will be far enough away that you won't really be able to see it from the street. And as far as any kind of sound buffering or any other, physical or landscape screening, we're happy to do either.
Okay, thank you. Mr. DeCapri, do you have any other questions?
Yes, I do. You spoke, Mr. Marler spoke a lot about the LaGrange facility. Didn't speak a whole lot about the other facilities. As we kind of noted on here, they are all smaller buildings on very large lots, much larger than this Evanston lot, 2 to 3 times larger than this Evanston lot. So obviously, you're making a lot of concessions and asking for several allowances to get a much larger building to fit on a much smaller lot. What is it about this parcel and this block that makes you convinced that this large facility is a great fit for Evanston and for this site?
Yeah, it's a good question. And I believe I mentioned part of that with one of the commissioners earlier. I did notice that on the list of schools that you referenced in your paperwork you sent to the city, you left our LaGrange school off that list, and you focused on schools and locations that were of larger land areas. I don't know if that was intentional or not. But you're right. In many of the locations that we have schools, we're fortunate to be on much larger parcels of land. In locations where we're not, such as LaGrange, such as our new Lincoln Park location, our South Loop location, these are all multiple story buildings. And they need to be because, the size of the real estate, the size of the property dictates that. To operate what attracted me to this location, is that it's a wonderful neighborhood. It's in a great part of town. And, quite frankly, there are not a lot of large sites in which to build in Evanston that are, that could be zoned for our use. This is a special use in the R1. And, it's a little over 3/4 of an acre. Those are very difficult to find. We've been looking for years.
I have one last question, and it's more for the Plan Commission. Again, I think that Mr. Marlis stated that he needs this size of facility to make it work, was how it was said. I assume that means financial need. Is that a consideration that the city of Evanston has?
Well, number one, I mean, I guess you could ask that of staff, but the commissioners don't respond to questions. This time is to be meant to elicit facts with respect to the application. So
yeah, and I can answer that really quick, Commissioner Isaac. Like I mentioned a little bit earlier, this isn't about money. This is about being able to adequately operate a program that will reach all age levels from infant through 5. And the way that we operate our schools, we've been doing this for 52 years. I've been doing it for 27. We know how a child care center needs to work in order for it to be successful for the community which we serve, and for it to be successful for the parents and the family and the children that go there. To say that we're going to make this a 4-classroom school really wouldn't serve anybody effectively. A 9-classroom school is ideal. Unfortunately, I couldn't really do 9 classrooms on this property because with this building, because, I'd have to cut out one corner of the second floor to, not have a complete box. So, there is like I guess you could call it a bonus 10th classroom. But we do have an indoor gym. We feel that's very, very important for our children. But this so happens to be a 10 classroom school simply because of the nature of designing it from the inside out. We're under very strict guidelines from the Department of Child and Family Services as to, the size, as to what size these classrooms need to be based on age group and what other physical accommodations those classrooms need to have with regard to changing tables, teacher workstations and sinks and bathrooms and such, size of the hallways, size of the stairwells, the size of the elevator, the size of the kitchen, so there is a very strong mandate from the state as far as how we can build this. So yeah, quite simply, a 4-classroom childcare center really wouldn't serve your community very well.
all right, thank you, Mr. Marlis. Thank you, Mr. DeCapri. Jeff McCall. Mr. McCall, are you on the call with us? I'm flipping through, doesn't look like it. All right, if you're here and you come back, we'll get back to you. Helen Madden. I think I saw Madden on here.
Yes, I live right across the street from Willard. Not from Willard, from the church. I'm on the alley at 2932 Park Place. My question is regarding the blind spots and hazards that the footprint of Kensington building will create. People turning onto Heard, turning onto Park, they're not going to be able to see the traffic in either direction. Also, coming out of the alley is going to be horrendous. I mean, that is going to be really.
Miss Madden, this sounds more like a comment. Do you have a question?
Yes, the question is, what approaches will Kensington take to ensure the safety of students and parents walking to and from Willard with these blind spots?
Okay, so if I'm just going to jump in on this one because the zoning ordinance has requirements with respect to line of sight on corner lots, and if the building here is meeting the 27 feet and the 15 feet setbacks, and as long as they're not planning on putting up any shrubbery or any fencing or anything at or near the corner, then this building will meet the line of sight requirements of the city of Evanston. Looking at the alley, there doesn't, again, they're meeting the 15-foot setback. They're not putting up a fence or anything like that. It looks to me like the property to the east has a 15 to 20-foot driveway, and then a garage. So it looks to me like the line of sight coming to Park Place is not really going to be much of an issue.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Leslie Shad.
Thank you so much. I'm just, okay. Thank you so much. I just have a couple of quick questions. One is, I know the staff memo mentioned bird-friendly building. I wondered what modifications were done to avoid reflections in the windows for bird-friendly glass and bird collisions.
Hi, Leslie, I can answer that. I want to say that we maybe had exchanged some emails a while back regarding to the nature of our windows having divided lights on them, and that's satisfying your requirement for the building being bird friendly. Was that correct?
Yes. Well, the only thing is if trees are directly reflected in the windows, then that often is still an issue. So basically what I'm hearing is we did have that contact, and I'm just, you're planning to not make changes other than having divided lights.
Correct. I mean, I assumed, I mean, I assume that satisfied the bird friendly requirement based on that email that we shared. All of those windows and doors will have divided lights on them, and we're not deviating from that at all. So
right.
if that did,
can I just ask, how big are the panes that the divided lights are? Is it more or less? Are they like house panes?
Yeah, more. Lance, what are the pane sizes on these windows?
Just more
typically?
or less, yeah.
Yeah.
14 inches.
14 inches. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I have a second question too, just moving along for y'all. On public trees, on the public trees and protecting the public trees, they've been through a lot with a lot of street work that has nothing to do with you, except that now they're going to be asked to step it up for construction again. Are there special steps that you can take? I know as well that city staff, who are in charge of trees are concerned about this as well. Are there steps that you're taking that are above the normal protection of public trees as you go along this road?
Lance, I'll leave it to you. What do we have planned for trees? I mean, I know that, I will say this, should anything happen with this site, there will be some development of one kind or another. I'm happy to take whatever steps we take. I don't know if Lance knows of any particular ones outside of typical construction best practices. But we're happy to, we lose trees occasionally at some of these places, and it breaks my heart because they're, and they're not public, they're private. We try saving private trees as well. And sometimes, you're correct. They don't make it. I'm happy to do everything we can to save the parkway and everything else that's on the site.
And
Lance, what do you
tends to
think?
happen is they just degrade over time so that they'll die in 5 years.
And 2 or 3 years later. Yeah, I know. It's terrible.
Okay, well, basically, I just want to reinforce support for city staff to kind of be demanding on you. I'm going to be frank.
Yeah, no, we're demanding on ourselves. Trust me. We're a preschool, right? We want to see, we want to bring kids out to these trees. We want them to, we'll replant, as many as we can on this property. So I'm with you.
Okay, thanks very much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, let's see. Next on my list is a Janet Clements. Ms. Clements? All right, if you're here and...
I think my question has been
Oh.
answered. Thank you kindly.
Oh, thank you, Ms. Clements.
Yeah, thanks so much. This has been great, by the way. Thank you all for all this effort and time and insight and care about this. It's very wonderful to hear everybody's comment and the love that they're putting into this project and the care. So thank you.
It's appreciated. Thank you. Michael Felvey. Mr. Felvey, I believe I see you on here, but it says that you're going to have a written question. Mr. Felvey?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Isaacs. My question, I think, was addressed for the most part during Mr. Marlis's introduction. Was Mr. Marlis, were the questions that were submitted for the meeting, was he privy to those, and was he able to address them as part of his introduction?
I don't know, Ms. Jones, were all the questions and comments provided to Mr. Marlis?
Are these when exactly were these questions presented? Were these questions that were for the meeting packet or?
In signing up for tonight's session, participants were given the option of sending in their question beforehand.
Oh, yeah, so Ms. Jones, it's in the supplemental packet that you provided to us this afternoon. Mr. Felvey's questions in here.
Okay, yeah, so those were forwarded to the commissioners prior to the meeting. I'm not sure if
were they provided to Mr. Marlis. I think
I don't know that Mr. Marlis received those.
Okay, well, Mr. Felvey.
The question that the size of the proposed facility seems to be far greater than any daycare operation that exists today in a R1 Evanston district. And anyway, it seems like it's much larger than the average daycare facility we have in Evanston today. Given this really has kind of set aflame our neighborhood because it sets a precedent to put in a for-profit facility in this R1 neighborhood. My question is, what experience does Kensington have operating a facility this large on such a small facility within a single family residential district?
Sure, I can answer that. And I think I did touch on that in the beginning. I'm sorry, Commissioner Isaac, if you want to go ahead.
I was going to say just to be as expeditious as possible, that I'll just summarize, and Mr. Marlis, you can add to it if you want. That I believe Mr. Marlis has indicated that their first location was on a size and on a site similar to this one, and they've been operating that for 30 years.
Yeah, my question was relative to Evanston. Have the commissioners reviewed the other like facilities in town, whether they're for-profit or non-profit, and would this be the largest one and set a precedent within an R1 community?
Well, as I stated before, it's not in the comment section. You can ask us to consider that and to look into that as part of our deliberation. But the question and answer section is not for not interrogating the commissioners. That's
no. It's a question of
getting staff
it's a question of whether the data is been obtained in part of this. Similar to Mr. Marlis, have you done a survey as to trying to define and put some data behind the need for such a child care facility within an area that you say the majority of students will be coming within 9 blocks, or say a mile or so of this facility? Is there data underlying that statement?
Yeah, there is. I think in the packet, there is some demographic data. I referenced a 3-mile radius around this location, where I mentioned that there are 7,000 children within a 3-mile radius that are age 0 or infant through 4 years old. We go infant through 5. And of the childcare centers in that same 3-mile radius, there are only 1,500 total spaces. So you have a margin of only 20% of available childcare spaces to all those children, not counting an extra, call it 1,000 or so children that are ages 4 to 5. So there is a significant need for childcare in this 3-mile area radius around this location in Evanston and the surrounding area, without a doubt. But if you want to reference back to that packet, the demographic data that I provided does show, I believe, 1, 3, and 5-mile radii.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Mr. Felvey. Barbara Greenspan.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. I'll get directly to my question. I will save my concerns for the appropriate time.
Thank you.
First, with respect to the absence of a nearby arterial street, we know that Central Street is 2 blocks away and that there are no other arterial or commercial streets anywhere in the near vicinity of this new commercial daycare development. You've spoken a lot about the remedies that will be put in place and your willingness to pursue other remedies by way of signage, et cetera. But I think there is a missing predicate to all of this, and that is that the answers to the questions about the impact of turning out onto the alley, the turn onto Hurd, et cetera, the turn onto Park, aren't supported by any turning study that would first examine the circulation patterns in, out, and around the proposed facility, and second, in the alley related to parking and pulling in and out, egress and exit. So if you could please direct us to the current completed turning study, if there is one. If there's not, please tell us if you plan to perform an independent one, and would that be made available?
That's a question for our traffic consultant, Michael. Michael, how can you answer Ms. Greenspan's question, please?
I'm not sure what you mean by a turning study. We can provide it. However, these are standard width access drives. They're found everywhere in the city. We're meeting the city standards. So there's no issue on the access drives. The parking stalls are designed per the city standards, similar to the stalls that have already been here. So staff has reviewed it. They do not have both engineering and planning, and they have not raised any of those concerns.
All right. Well, my question goes more to the less the width of the parking spaces and more to the circulation impact. And I know that there is a possibility of performing turning studies to that effect, and I've not seen one.
We have completed a traffic study, which is in the, I believe, which is in the application online. It shows the traffic study, shows the traffic volumes we're projecting in and out of the facility, as well as volumes on the existing roadway system. Evanston always requires that a traffic study be completed. We have completed that study, and it has been reviewed and approved by the city.
I appreciate that, and I thank you for the answer. I do find that it is inadequate to the extent that the responses to questions have been largely speculative with respect to the alley issue and the traffic on Hurd. But I understand that that is the study that you're going to rest on. Is that correct?
I would disagree with you, but the study has been completed. It's based on the methodologies accepted by Evanston and all transportation industries, based on those conducted that we've done many, many times. And as always, we work with the staff, make sure we reach out to them before we even start a study to understand what they want us to do, the scope of the study, what we need to look at. In this study, to be conservative, we looked at the peak periods of the school. So I think we've done a very thorough study which addresses all of the issues and the concerns. And, you know, this is signified in that engineering has approved the study.
respectfully, I'm pretty sure that we don't all agree, but I appreciate your presentation. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you, Greenspan. All right,
No problem.
Stephen Rogers. Mr. Rogers? Yes.
Thank you very much. There's some technical difficulties. My questions are to the applicant. This is a for-profit entity, and therefore your allegiance and your fiduciary responsibility is to your shareholders, not to this community. Therefore, am I correct with the statement that you can change anything that you've told us this evening? Because the revenue is not high enough, the profits are not large enough, you can increase your hours, you could decide to open on the weekends. Am I correct with those statements?
Thanks, Mr. Rogers. So first of all, I'm the only shareholder. So I'm not responsible to really anyone but myself. So other than that, I'd say that, past performance, somewhat proves the future a little bit. This is a family business. My mother started it the year I was born. We've been operating this, truthfully, faithfully, honorably for 52 years. I believe that there are some certain safeguards in place from the city of Evanston that, as we say what our hours of operation will be, I believe there would be some guardrails in place that would hold us to those. With regard to, tuition prices or this or that, you're correct in saying that we do have some latitude there. We will be, raising or lowering tuition based on certain market forces. During this pandemic, we've had to do a number of different things to ensure that we had staff paid while we were closed for those 3 months of the state's closure. We do all kinds of sorts of stuff to make sure that, we take care of the over 400 people that work for us. But to say that we're going to, operate loosely and for profit only, is really something that, I'd have to disagree with and push back a little bit on. I believe Commissioner Isaac and the rest of the commission, even up to City Council, they'll be giving us, some rules to live by. And I promise you and everybody else that, once we say we're going to live by some of these rules, we will live by them. So as far as opening on weekends go, we've never been open on weekend in 52 years. That's not what we do. That's not who we are. Hours of operation are such as laid forward by the DCFS. We're not a 24-hour childcare center. We can only operate during certain hours of operation, and we can only have children in our care for certain lengths of time, as well as staff members. So 6:30 to 6:30 is fairly typical on what some of our schools have been open. Never have we been open for longer than 6:30 to 6:30. More often than not, we've been open shorter in some of our locations than 6:30 to 6:30. So if anything, our hours of operation will decrease, not increase. But I'm happy to continue to work with the city, establish a good business plan, establish good guardrails to protect the neighborhood. We are going to be a good neighbor. I know many of you probably don't think that, but we've been doing this a long time, and it behooves us to be a good neighbor because many of our families will be from this neighborhood, and we encourage that. We want a good relationship with the elementary school. It makes nothing but good sense to have a good relationship with the elementary school. So, I'll hand it back to Commissioner Isaac and to the rest of the commission and to City Council to determine, how we have to go forward and what best practices relative to our hours of operation and when and how we do our business will work. But, you're right. We are a for-profit business. We have to keep an eye to the bottom line. It's important because we've got staff to pay. We have, all kinds of other things to take care of. We have a pretty big mortgage to pay on this building once we build it. So, there's a lot of moving parts, but, first and foremost, we are a school. And that's what I tried to make clear in my opening remarks. We've been a school first and foremost for 52 years. The fact that we're a for-profit business is ancillary. But thanks for your question.
I live at 2719 Hurd, right next door, and I totally disagree with your position that you're a school first. You are a business first, and if you were a school first, then you would have why don't you have more opportunities to service a community like Evanston where Black people matter, and you give a boilerplate answer that made it very clear that you were tone deaf relative to the importance of Black people mattering in Evanston. So you're asking us to disrupt the quality of our life so that you can maximize profits. Let's not make a mistake about that. You're looking at profits, and I assume that your revenues for this facility will be about 4 million. You'll probably drop to the bottom line, $500,000 to $1 million. Why are you only giving or willing to give $10,000 of such great revenue and profits to the Black and minority community of Evanston?
Those are the things. So to answer that question directly, those are the amounts that were asked of us. You know, we're working hand in hand with the plan commission. As I said, nothing's set in stone yet. You know, we haven't really. You know, I'm happy to be here tonight for the first time in 3 or 4 attempts in as many months, and I've been working on this project for about 1.5 years. So I'm happy to have any kind of dialogue with the folks at Evanston to try and find a good path forward for how Kensington can work with the community. No doubt.
You know, I've been stunned that you and Kensington seem to represent the antithesis of the inclusion of Black citizens that are important here in Evanston. Do you have any Black students? Do you have any Black teachers? Do you have any Black suppliers? Do you have any Black management in your company? I assume you do about $50 million a year in revenue. And when you gave the answer earlier to that young lady, you were somewhat dismissive in giving a boilerplate answer that showed some tone deafness. Do you have any consultants that have advised you as to how to be respectful to a community that is as diverse as Evanston?
You know, we do have a number of African American employees and staff members. As I said, members of all different races, members of all different religions. You know, we serve the children of our schools are in the communities that we serve. So demographically, they will represent the demographics of the neighborhoods that we're in. You know, from St. Charles and Geneva to Naperville and Wheaton, all the way into the city of Chicago now. I imagine, you know, as we continue to grow, we'll continue to grow in more communities, and we'll continue to serve, you know, everybody we can. So I'm sorry that you hear tone deafness. That's not my intent. You know, my intent is to build this school and build this childcare center at Evanston at this location, to open our doors and to, you know, to include anybody that wants to work there that's qualified, and to include anybody that wants to attend there that can do so. So
do you have Black consultants or anyone on your team? I see a pretty homogeneous team of advisors that you have with you. Do you have any Black consultants that have given you some advice, since you seem to be incapable of recognizing the importance of Black people in Evanston? Do you have anybody that can advise you so that you can present a better case than what you've done thus far?
No Black consultants at this point that are paid, but I'm happy to do so in the future.
Mr.
I don't have
Rogers.
any more questions.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Lawrence Silman. Mr. Silman. All right, if you're here, we'll get back to you. Henry Kahn.
Hi, my name is Henry Cohn. I live at 2716 Lincolnwood Drive, backing up to the current parking lot of the church. My question is, for the city staff, is what is the reliability of a traffic study performed by KLOA that they performed in 2020 during the pandemic when Willard School was closed, and solely relies on traffic counts by the city from over 3 years ago? And is the city considering any sort of its own traffic study when Willard is back in operation? Thank you.
The traffic study used the city's data, and it was data prior to the COVID pandemic. So So it did anticipate, it wasn't, the traffic data wasn't during the COVID pandemic, it was pre-COVID.
So
And that was what was given to the traffic consultant.
my question is, for city staff who are expert in this area, is what is the reliability of a traffic study that is relying on data that is over 3 years old and does not rely on any current data because they couldn't perform their own.
Mr. Cohn, can I just sort of to elicit your point, do you believe that there's been a material change in the traffic patterns around the school from the date of the traffic information that was used for this study?
Yes, I do, because I think one of the problems in the traffic study is as acknowledged in the KLOA report, there was one-way streets implemented on 3 of the streets, Park, Central Park, and Hurd, after the city's traffic counts in January of 18. So I just question the reliability of any study after that. And again, I'm not an expert. I rely on the Plan Commission and the city staff for their expertise.
I take your point. We'll ask, staff, and then I guess the representative from KLOA. What do you believe are the effects on the data? Or the reliability of the data based on the change. I mean, I presume people that were going to go down Hurd to get to the school were gonna just change the direction they were going. So the traffic count would stay the same, but what, in your expert opinion, what do you believe? How does that affect the data?
This is Michael Worthman with KLOA.
With all due respect, Mr. Worthman, no disrespect. I'm not interested in KLA's view. They've already laid out in the traffic study what their view is and their explanation of how they're trying to perform their job in the middle of a pandemic. My question really goes to the city staff is to how you can rely on that study without doing their own independent study.
Okay, so Mr. Griffith, does staff believe that this report is meets the requirements for plan development, and whether the data should be relied upon?
The data that was provided is the most reliable data that the Public Works Agency provided the applicant to use in the traffic study. So the city told the developer, the consultant, to use the data, the city's data. I can ask the Public Works Department, but that's the most reliable data that was provided to us to forward to the consultant to do the traffic study.
To be clear, Mr. Griffith, the zoning, the requirements for the plan development would require the applicant to provide a traffic study, and so the applicant could have used current data, which would have been significantly lower as far as traffic counts and wouldn't really be as reflective. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Right?
Correct. I think that the city had pre-COVID numbers, pre-COVID data, and wanted those data points used in the traffic study, so that the traffic wasn't skewed during the pandemic period. And yeah.
Okay.
But
Can I add 2 points to that, Commissioner?
Please, and then we'll let Mr. Cohn continue asking his questions.
No problem. Just quickly, yes, we used the 2018 counts. They were done before the one-way restrictions were done. However, working with staff, we adjusted those volumes for the one-way flow of traffic. And then we increased the traffic based on a overall ambient growth rate to increase those volumes from 2018 to year 2026. So we adjusted the volumes for the one-way street, and then we increased all of the volumes to account for growth that occurred over the couple years, and more importantly, to project out 5 years after the development was built out. So it was a very conservative, worst-case analysis in the way we did our study.
All right, thank you, Mr. Worthman.
Thank you.
Mr. Cohen, you have follow-up questions?
Does the city plan to conduct a new traffic study after Willard fully reopens?
Mr. Griffith?
Not to my knowledge. I'd have to ask Public Works about that.
And Mr. Cohen, I would say that, you know, if this plan development gets approved, the only reason for a traffic study at that point is if the city believes that they need to change something, right? And to get more data to figure that out. But there's not gonna be anything being built at that point, right? If this gets approved, this gets built. And so doing a traffic study after the fact isn't going to change anything.
I just question the reliability of the traffic study, especially after there have already been changes that have not been accounted for.
Understood.
Thank you.
All right, no more questions?
For now, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, let's see. Jeffrey Jameson.
Hi, sorry, I was on mute there. Just a couple quick questions and one follow-up on Mr. Cohen's question. The change in the traffic patterns significantly increased the amount of traffic on Lincolnwood to the east of Hurd, simply because it's really difficult to make that whole loop around Central Park to Hurd back to the front of the school. And I'm wondering if the current study that was used for this plan studied the impact of the increased traffic that will happen on Lincolnwood as Kensington parents drive down Lincolnwood to turn on Isabella to turn on to Hurd.
So it sounds like that's a question for KLOA. It sort of adds on to the question I had earlier about how are cars getting in a larger sense to the area.
Right, yeah, and specifically Lincolnwood, just because we've seen any increased traffic, and particularly that intersection at Park Place and Lincolnwood is a two-way stop sign, and there are near misses nearly every day of traffic.
It's there's a stop sign north south or east west.
There is a north-south stop sign, so Park Place is straight through east-west.
Got it. Okay.
We did not look at Lincolnwood. It was not requested by the city. I will say that once again, when the school is in operation, when drop-off is occurring, it's at the low time of arrival.
Yeah, but I'm sorry to interrupt. Sorry, that's the low time for the school. It's also the high time for the residents who are leaving to go to work. And so that will be an impact that you haven't studied, correct?
Well, we studied it on the
Not for
other
Lincolnwood,
road.
right, though? Not for Lincolnwood, though, right, sir?
Can I finish my answers, sir?
Okay.
We've looked at the street system. It shows that there's more than sufficient capacity. While we did not look at your specific street, it's understood that looking at the other streets, that there's sufficient capacity to accommodate the additional traffic that will be generated by this facility. While we didn't look at your street, we didn't look at 6 streets away from here. A traffic study looks at a certain study area, understanding that once traffic leaves here, it's going in different directions. It's not all going in the same direction. So once it gets to Park Place, it can go east or west. Once it gets to the next intersection, it has different. So the traffic is dispersing pretty quickly. To your question, Chairman, there's a number of routes that can be taken to this site, particularly given the grid system of the neighborhood. You're going to have some traffic coming down east and west on Isabella, to the north. You'll have some coming up on various roads to the south on Central. So this traffic will be distributed throughout the neighborhood, and it will be similar to what you find to the elementary school.
And then a quick
Please.
follow-up question on the traffic issue. And I believe you answered this before, but you did not do any traffic counts or have data from the city on the traffic in the alley, correct?
I do not.
Okay. The other question I have is on the demographic detail report that you all presented and talking about the 1, 2, and 3 mile radius. Is that 3 mile radius from the point of Kensington, so it would extend into Wilmette and Winnetka?
Yeah, that's 3 miles from this location.
Okay, so then in your count though for daycare facilities, you don't extend into Wilmette or to Winnetka, you go south from Kensington. So why is that?
I'd have to double check. I think they have to be there. I think my analysis was on community-based childcare centers, not churches or whatnot, but that was in the same 3 mile radius.
No, Wilmette has a number of childcare facilities, and Wilmette is, 200 yards away from the church. So I'm trying to understand why those facilities weren't included in your counts.
I'd have to double check and look at it.
Mr. Jameson, any other questions?
Yeah, the other question I had, and you're talking about the locations that you have been looking at for in Evanston. I know for a fact, and I can provide some of the addresses, there are numerous places that have been available in South Evanston over the last couple of years, including some right now on Asbury. What facilities did you look at in South Evanston for building your property?
I don't have any of that data right now. I'm sorry.
Did you look at facilities in South Evanston?
I don't have any of that data right now. I have different realtors that work for me constantly and are constantly looking at locations for me.
Okay, so, and will you provide that information to the city and stuff? I'm just curious because the population and the economics change the further south you go in Evanston when you can't rely on the Wilmette data, and it probably is less profitable for you being in the south. And so I'm just curious if you looked at that. Those are also more diverse communities.
Sure.
So you'll provide that information to
If I have it, like I said, Mr. Jameson, I don't have all the data of every piece of property that's been sent to me regarding all of
No,
Chicago.
I'm not talking about what's been sent to you, what you have looked at or explored as a possible property in Evanston.
Right. So as I said, I've been working on this project since 2018 for 3 years. I don't really have the data going back prior to 2018 as to what other Evanston locations I've been looking at. Once this location was brought to my attention 3 or 4 years ago, I started working on it. I haven't looked at any other locations in Evanston since, simply because, I wanted to be true to the contract that I was under with these folks, with the church, and not be renegotiating other locations or looking at other locations while, myself and my team have been focusing our efforts on this location.
Okay, and when will you provide the updated information on the childcare radius information that you said you'd be investigating?
Soon. I can't give you a date, but I'll be working on it.
And then the last question in your presentation, you talk about the demographic range for income. And you talk about it being in this area around, I think it's between 123 and 173,000, which meets or exceeds your average. What is your average income for your families?
I don't have that information off the top of my head. I'm sorry, but that could be something else that I get you. And we don't collect demographic data of our families. I can give you correlated demographic data, and all of this demographic data is available to anyone basically, but correlated demographic data to other locations that we have.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then you said that the tuition prices, and there's not been a whole lot of transparency. Part of the question was half of the number listed before of 40 or 50,000. So is the
50,000?
tuition for this? So is the tuition 20 to 25,000 per year?
It'll depend. It'll depend. So the sliding scale of tuition will range from infants being the most expensive to the kindergartners being the least. I'd want to say this would be, in the $500 a week range for an infant per week. So, back of the envelope math, if it were 500 times 25, you'd be looking at, I'm sorry, times 52, you'd be looking at around $26,000 a year for an infant full-time. If it were 500, it might be a little bit more than that. We have not even come close to setting a price for this yet.
And what about like for fifth graders or 5-year-olds? Sorry, not fifth graders, 5-year-olds.
5-year-olds, it'll scale down. I don't have those numbers off the top of my head right now.
Great. And then most of the childcare facilities in Evanston do provide financial assistance for families in need. Does your organization do that?
We are looking at it in this location. We haven't gotten that far yet.
Okay, I have no other questions.
Thank you,
Could I ask really quick? Do you know which childcare centers in Evanston do provide financial assistance for those in need?
I want to say most of them.
Can you tell me which ones?
I can get that list for you and provide it for you.
Great, thanks.
If you look at pretty much the list of everyone and you go to their websites as well. Cherry does provide financial support for organizations. It's a private preschool.
Is it a childcare center or a preschool?
It's a preschool.
Okay. How about childcare centers?
I'm sorry, I hate to interrupt. I speak with the childcare centers on a regular basis. You might want to just look up CNE, IWSC. They have a whole group of childcare centers, and a majority of them do provide financial aid, and they're very into making sure that all people of all backgrounds are being served with high quality education.
Wonderful. Okay.
I believe Northminster up the street provides financial aid. Little Greenhouse on Central Street does as well.
I'm actually a CNE board member, and CNE has all the information. All the child care centers in Evanston around this area all provide some type of financial support.
Wonderful. Thanks.
All right, Mr. Jameson, does that conclude your questions?
Yeah.
All right, thank you, sir. Maureen Hanrahan.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm Maureen Hanrahan. I live at 2712 Lincolnwood Drive. Our yard and garage are directly across from the exit into the alley. So we're very concerned about the traffic. Your hours of operation are far longer and much more disruptive than a normal business, and will be operating right under the window of many residents here on Lincolnwood Drive, starting at about 6 when employees arrive and ending not until around 7. Its busiest, loudest, and most disruptive periods will be between 6:30 and 8:30 a.m. and between 4 and 6. How will you maintain quiet in this R1 neighborhood when your day starts before people wake up, after they returned from work, with hundreds of cars, car doors opening, closing, idling, and extremely heavy traffic in our alley?
It's a good question. There's really nothing we can directly do to, limit the noise brought upon by, those families and children coming and going from our school. Aside from trying to be good neighbors, aside from, asking our parents to be good neighbors and to be respectful and mindful of the community, practically speaking, there isn't such a thing. So I hope that answers your question, but
Well,
unfortunately,
the thought that, 150 cars will be coming through our alley twice a day. When we've lived here for 44 years, we already have lived with the traffic that Willard generates. And we've sent 6 kids. They're still at Willard, grandchildren.
yeah, I don't think
we're
we'll have
concerned.
150 children. I don't think we'll have 150 cars going through the alley. I think we might have, that alley will only be open, as we mentioned, for 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the evening. Very few cars will be going through that alley.
Okay. We'll have to get that in writing.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Renee Coleman.
Yes, hi, thank you.
So a couple questions. Mr. Marlis, you say this is a full day program that you're offering?
Yes, it is.
Okay, on your website, you have half days too. So
This is a full day program.
are you going to be offering half days?
No.
And why is that?
Well, most of our locations are full day. Which location are you referring to that's half day?
I don't know, I'm just looking on your website.
Okay. This location will be full day.
For monthly tuition, infant care, 5 full days, 5 half days. So in the event that you do have half days, again, there's going to be additional traffic that's going to be added. And
Right.
and that is going to present a problem to everybody in the neighborhood, as you can imagine.
So we don't explicitly have a half day. You know, if a parent wants to come pick up their child at noon because they got off work early or such, they obviously are able to. It's not, you know, we do not have any specific half day childcare programs.
But your tuition offers half day.
Right. Well, Ms. Coleman, I can say most assuredly this is a full day program.
Okay.
Marlis, Ms. Coleman, if I can just interject for a second. Mr. Marlis, it would seem to me that you'd probably only offer half-day programs if you're not able to fill your facilities with full-day clientele. Is that accurate?
No, that's inaccurate. You know, through the pandemic, we had an opportunity to go half day and if we wanted to, and we didn't. We're a full day childcare program.
Okay. All right. But I'm sorry.
I'm sorry if there's a discrepancy on the website. I'll go back and take a look at it.
Yeah. So just pointing out on your website, it talks about monthly tuition for infant care, toddler care, and preschool. And there's 5 full days listed, 5 half days listed, and 3 full days listed, and a price per for those each option. And so
there's a price listed on our website?
Yep.
Yes. And
For
then
KensingtonSchool.com?
at KensingtonSchool.com.
Okay.
And then it also talks about, are you going to be offering before and after school care for siblings that might be attending Willard, ages 5 to 10 years old?
I'll have to look at that. Thank you for bringing that.
That's also listed on your website.
So it just seems a little deceiving to all of us in the neighborhood.
If we're reading one thing and hearing something else.
Correct.
Could you I wasn't aware that I wasn't aware that we had even listed Evanston on our website simply
No,
because
it's not Evanston. It just says the Kensington School.
KensingtonSchool.com.
Oh, is it the Kensington School or Kensington School?
The Kensington School. Is there a difference?
Oh, okay. There is. Yeah, we are just KensingtonSchool.com, not the
Oh,
Kensington School.
Okay. All right. I apologize. I take that back.
Okay.
Yep. So so KensingtonSchool.com, completely different business, company, geographic location than the Kensington School. I think that one's out in Virginia or something, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
And getting back to an
Glad we
earlier
cleared that up.
comment that someone else was saying, there are several other daycare facility, childcare, nursery school, preschools in the area. What makes you think that yours is going to be just as successful if there's all these other ones in the area? And if it's not successful, then we're stuck with this large gargantuous building in our neighborhood.
Yeah. So I really can't give you any assurances other than, a 52-year history of being successful in every neighborhood that we've served. We've, never closed a location. We've, never had any covenant breaches with our bank or anything such as that. I mean, it's just, it doesn't enter our world. So yeah, I mean, if we
So
haven't
you
had to
think you're,
close it.
so you think you're going to have success in this neighborhood, given that there are so many other childcare facilities, preschools in the area already?
I know we will, 100%.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
I just have to say something. I'm looking at kensingtonschool.com, and I'm seeing here that you do offer partial day school programs on your website, because it says it was founded in 1969 and
Excuse, if you want to bring this up during a I'm not sure, sir, who you are, but if you want to bring this up during the comment section, by all means do, but we can't have people jumping in on it's not a conversation, it's Q&A, and Ms. Coleman is the one that has the opportunity to ask questions right now. So I would ask that you please mute yourself. Thank you, sir. All right, Ms. Coleman, do you have any further questions?
No, not at this time. This is her husband. No, not at this time. Most of the other questions were answered by other people, so thank you very much.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you. Linda Prager. I thought I saw.
Hi. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great.
Can you hear me? Thanks. You know, I want to go back actually to something, following up on something that I think it was Commissioner Linwall said way at the beginning of this meeting, which seems to be about 400 years ago at this point. But, you know, I think that she was getting it in part at what worries me about the spillover of cars unable, you know, to get into the Kensington property. So I really appreciated hearing the developer's description of the parent drop-off procedure. But I do worry that the adequacy of the on-site parking for parent drop-off and pickup is just not there to prevent, you know, the congestion we've been worrying about, the pedestrian safety assurances, and then it'll spill out onto streets that already are very pressed for parking. So just to clarify, for the developer, are you saying that at no time with a student body of 165, I believe, that there would be more than 18 parents arriving by car at any given time? Because although it looks like there are a lot of parking spaces, the vast majority of those are dedicated for staff, if I read it correctly. And the reason, you know, I think this kind of creates a cascading effect, because if you have problems parking in those limited spaces available, don't you run into a risk of cars queuing up on Hurd Street, and then worse, legally or illegally, parking on streets and competing with both residents for parking and, more importantly, for Willard teachers who already struggle to park and used to actually park in this church lot. At least 10 spaces were left available to them. So that's my question. If you do not anticipate at any time that the parents arriving will exceed the few spaces allocated to parents.
Yeah, I mean, I can say that I think that the parking requirement for this property or for this project is 34 or 35 spaces, and I think we meet that. Michael, what can you say about you know, ins and outs and numbers of cars coming in and out relative to, like, let's say you know, some of our other schools, or Hinsdale, for example, I think, which is probably 34 or 35 spaces and the same size enrollment.
Yeah, what we understand is this is similar to what Kensington provides at most of their schools, similar enrollments, and they do not typically have any parking issues. You got to remember that it takes only a couple minutes to drop off a student or pick up a student. It's not like they're parking there for 30 minutes, so it's quick turnover. So it hasn't been a problem in the past. We don't anticipate it to be a problem at this location. I can't guarantee you that there won't be a moment when someone pulls in and they may have to wait for a space, but based on how many facilities do you have, Chuck?
12.
Yeah, based on the 12, this is very similar to what he has at most locations.
So just to follow up on that, though, those facilities are typically nowhere near on a minor residential street like the one feeding this one, much less directly across the street from a large elementary school. So I don't find that to be an appropriate comparison. The question then maybe goes to the commission here. Is it within your purview then to restrict parking on Heard, for example, in front of the front door of this Kensington development, to and Park, and probably Lincolnwood for that matter, for the spillover that could occur, to residents and to Willard teachers who already struggle to find a place to park? Is that something that you could propose for the city council?
Okay, so Ms. Prager, number one, I'm just going to go back to the question and answer is not meant for time for the commission. So a question like that would be directed
To the
towards
staff. I'm sorry.
But I would say, what I will tell you is that they're, dealing with planned developments all the time, all over the city of Evanston, that kind of question comes up. And there are a number of neighborhoods in the city of Evanston that have parking stickers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so, some areas that have parking stickers, a planned development will come in, and one of the requirements on the planned development will be that residents of that development will not be eligible to get parking stickers, right? Because they're just like right next to a parking sticker area. Take let's say Northeast Evanston around Northwestern campus.
Mm-hmm.
And so, but that would be a larger discussion for you and your neighbors on whether you want to be an area that has parking stickers.
Mm-hmm.
And then, you'd have to figure out how to deal with the teachers, because you don't want the teachers not being able to park in the neighborhood.
Exactly. Well, I think that would be something that feels like a deal breaker for the neighbors who have always, all our children have gone to this school. And so again, the question would be then to the staff, can those stickers apply to employees such as for Willard, if there was some type of sticker?
I don't know that staff, you can answer the question whether a parking sticker program could include teachers, for District 65 teachers from Willard, but I don't believe that staff, while they have a breadth of knowledge of the work of Evanston, I don't know that they are experts in the parking sticker program.
Well, good. I'm glad
Commissioner Isaac,
Yeah.
I'm not an expert in the parking and city sticker and wheel tax. However, just so everybody knows, the parking manager, Mike Rivera, does sit on the design and project review committee. So he is aware of this project, and generally the way in which we handle parking stickers or zoned parking areas is we wait and see how it proves out if it does establish. So it doesn't, just because something is built and constructed and it is occupied, doesn't preclude it from us from considering a parking solution down the road. And really, we need to see how the behavior of people meet out where they park, and how many vehicles this displaces or adds or any of those things, and then can figure that out. But I think we always keep an eye on these developments once they've been constructed to work out some of these issues down the road. So he's very aware of this. He's reviewed this and provided comments on it.
Yeah, I just thought it was important to note that these are in no way net new parking spaces, even though on paper, it may look like that because the teachers have lost 10 spaces in the deal here because the church was gracious in allowing them to park there. I guess my next question, I believe that maybe it was in the DAPR meeting, but somewhere in the notes for this, there was a recommendation going back to all the early conversation tonight about how to ensure safety and correct traffic patterns. There was a recommendation that perhaps Kensington should hire staff to ensure the right traffic circulation, to ensure appropriate pedestrian safety. So I'm curious about the status of that. Have you then, to the developer, have you considered that it would actually require some staff there? Because the crossing guard for Willard, who's focused on the students there, is not going to be in a position to deal with, for example, the alley and the potential risk to pedestrians of a lot of traffic coming through that alley onto Park.
Yeah, so, we did discuss it a little bit internally, and once we realized that alley traffic was only going to be for 1 hour a day in the morning and 1 hour a day in the evening, to put someone out there at that alley for those 2 hours a day in the middle of winter or whenever, with the limited traffic that we anticipate experiencing coming through that alley in those hours, like we said earlier, that evening hour, we will see very, very little traffic going through that alley. And in the morning hour during that 1 hour where there's not a significant overlap, we may have 5 or 10 cars in that hour. We really didn't see a dedicated staff member to be outside, directing traffic, out onto Park Place from the alley. When, as Commissioner Isaac said, the lines of sight are all very clear coming out of that alley, and with the stop sign and with the speed bump, 5 or 10 cars in an hour at max, really, we didn't feel necessitated a person standing there to make sure that, they could make a left or right turn.
I think you're describing the conditions of crossing guards all across Evanston in poor weather conditions for a limited period of time.
Right. No. Well, don't get me wrong. I mean, the crossing guards, serve a great purpose, ferrying children from one side of the street to the other. I think that if what you're talking about is, someone pulling out of an alley with a speed bump and a stop sign and 2 large lines of sight to see children coming from either direction, I don't necessarily think we need a crossing guard at the alley for 5 to 10 cars for 1 hour a day.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to disagree on the line of sight living off that alley.
Okay.
And so to my first question, it is your estimation that at no point would the typical flow of your parent drop-off exceed the 18 or fewer spaces that would be allocated for parents at drop-off. And I disagree. Having been a preschool parent myself in a more urban area, it is not a quick 5-minute drop-off that doesn't work. And I was also one of those working parents heading off to my job.
Yeah, I can't say there's no guarantees. Like Mr. Worthman said, there might be some times where somebody's waiting in the lot to wait for a car to move, or there might be some times where that does happen, but I can't make any guarantees to the contrary. This is the requirement set forth by the village. 34 spaces is in the ordinance. We're accommodating 34 spaces. I believe that if Evanston had a concern that wasn't enough, they would have required more.
Well, I believe that your statement, suggested that if to make room for more spaces, it would have taken, especially taking them off of the alley, a major reconfiguration and a smaller footprint. So I think that's why the neighbors are concerned. This is maximizing the footprint. It's an oversized building on an undersized lot for the location and the congestion.
Yeah, the footprint of the building wouldn't yield more parking if you look at the parking lot design. The footprint could be, half the size. You could still really only put so much parking in that lot to the north and on that strip off the alley. If this were a 5,000 square foot footprint, I couldn't get any more spaces on that alley, and I couldn't get any more spaces in that north lot. We're utilizing what was currently there from the church. We've added a couple more, and that's pretty much it.
Okay. And again, that is a net loss though. So, okay. Thank you for the further information.
Yeah,
That's it for me.
Thank you, Ms. Prager. Gregory Smith. Mr. Smith. All right.
Yes,
Ron-
I will be in comments.
Oh, great. All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Leonard Sciarra. Are you here? And did I pronounce that correctly? All right, moving on. Tim Reardon. Mr. Reardon.
You can never get to that mute button fast enough, can you, when you need to? I have questions and comments, but I'm also the one who asked earlier about sharing this presentation for the overall group.
Yes.
So to
and
save
what
time.
what I will do, Mr. Reardon, is that when it gets to the comment section, I'm going to call on you first, since you're representing a large group of individuals.
Okay, then I don't need to ask anything now. Then I'll just save some time.
Okay, great. Thank you, sir. Beth Flintoft.
Yes, I'm also waiting just for public comment. Thanks.
Thank you. Colin Robinson.
Yes, my question has been asked and answered. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. Now I've finished my list. I'm going to go to the people who have their hands digitally raised. Vatsal Desai.
Yay! Hey, everybody. Thank you for taking the time to sit through and listen to everybody's questions and comments. We really appreciate it. As a member of the neighborhood, a recent new addition to the neighborhood, so I'm grateful for all of the neighbors who have voiced their concerns on a very important development. Obviously, the project team has spent a considerable amount of time and effort in evaluating this project. When I take a step back, I have a background in architecture. I work in development. I actually also happen to be working with a current tenant who is a daycare operation. So I've got a little bit of an informed background, and I wanted to bring up some questions that may be a little bit outside of the norm. Please bear with me. The platted survey shows 6 lots. Those lots are oriented the same direction as the residential lots that are to the north of this project site. And so in my reading of that platted survey and those lot orientations, to me, the lot direction is really east-west instead of the way that this one is particularly being considered. And this is a little bit of a comment, but I just wanted to ask the question again. Are we looking at this project through the lens of this existing building, the church building today, and how that is oriented to the various streets? Or are we considering this from a lot perspective?
I can answer that, Chuck.
That's I think that's a question for staff.
Yeah, it's a question for Mr. Griffith.
So the city views all of those 6 contiguous platted lots together as one zoning lot. So we don't look at those individual lot lines. And so again, when we're determining what's the front versus the street side, we look at the orientation of that zoning lot and determine what's the front versus what's the side. And in a situation like this, we would have the south is the front, and the west is the street side, and that's something the zoning administrator ultimately determines.
would you please clarify for the group what this plot is currently zoned as?
It's zoned R1, single family residential.
So single family residential on a lot that is this large, if this was a single family residential development, would the same orientations be considered in that project case?
All right, are you saying if one house is built on that lot or if it's subdivided?
Certainly, yeah.
If it's one house?
Yeah.
I think we would still make the same determination. Yeah.
Okay. Over the last 5 years, and I've personally had to deal with this from the project management side as well as property management side, there have been record rainfalls, and subsequently every year it seems like our entire area gets deluges of rain, and so I want to make sure that the calculations that are being made as a result of this particular project being larger than the former, and the amount of surface area that hardscaped area that this is taking into account, that the stormwater calculations are being calculated based on current data and current rainfall, and not necessarily what has been quote unquote the standard planning systems for the last, I don't know, half century.
That's a question for Jim Kapustiak.
Yeah. Hi, again, this is Jim Kapustiak from Space Coast.
Glad you're still here.
Sure. That's a great question. What we're the design criteria, rainfall data that's used for this project and sizing the storm sewer and the detention is the latest Bulletin 75 rainfall data, which for Northeast Illinois, which became effective the beginning of 2020, which is which would create increases the overall required detention for this site, and then the previous Bulletin 70 rainfall data its larger, the current Bulletin 75 has larger rainfall intensities across the board. So yes, we will be using the most current rainfall data adopted by both the MWRD and the City of Evanston.
Thank you. And as a new Evanston resident, I've very quickly become aware of our proximity to the lake and the lake effect snows that we've gotten. And of course, this year we have set some new records, and I wanted to ask the question regarding snowfall in the area. Obviously, snow has got to go somewhere, and when you have that much snow that comes down, I mean, I deal with it in our alley too. The snow has got to go somewhere. It's got to get piled up somewhere. So what happens to this particular lot, and how's the snow management plan for clearing the snow, piling the snow? How does that then impact how visible cars are and how traffic, is visible around some of these corners?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So we've had a lot of snow this year, and in seasons like this and lots this small, we'd need to be taking it off site, especially when you have just massive accumulations like we've had. An inch, 2 inch, 3 inch, that kind of thing. We can get around plowing and moving it into, the smaller areas around the parking lots. But some of these snowfalls that we've had this year were really crazy, and we'd have to bring trucks in and have it removed.
Have you actively worked to remove snowfall like that at your other facilities? What is the management plan? What sort of systems do you have in place that you can help ensure that the adequate steps are being taken, and that the neighbors who are on this call, as well as other neighbors who would be experiencing having to deal with that, what does that look like? I mean, are the plows coming in, you know, at 4 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning in a very residential, very dense neighborhood with their trucks beeping, frankly, because the snow's got to get cleared prior to, you know, your school opening?
Yeah, so we don't have locations this small, but I can tell you that the trucks that would come in this small would be just a smaller, you know, a smaller size truck, I would imagine. It wouldn't be it's not a large city-sized truck that's coming down cleaning the whole city street. They would be smaller pickup trucks with a plow on front, and it'd be nothing significant. As far as the beeping goes, I can't speak to whether, you know, the trucks that we have cleaned this lot will have beeping when they put it in reverse or not.
Regarding the roof play areas, I've got a handful of questions. There was some notions of screening around the play area that's on the rooftop. That screening, I thought that I had seen, please clarify if that was incorrect in my reading of that, was that the intention was that to be vegetated screening versus just fencing for security reasons.
Yep. So around the playground, we'll have both. So fencing for security reasons, vegetative screening to be a noise and sound and visual buffer for the neighborhood.
I don't believe that the current landscape plan shows what that landscaped screening is intended to be. I worry about, again, some of the considerations and assumptions that were being made relative to the roof loads that, you know, obviously this is a live load of 100 pounds per square foot for occupants that are occupying this area. Plus you have additional dead load from the vegetative screening. And again, if that vegetative screening is intended to be, I think I do see it. Thank you for showing that on the plan. If that vegetative screening is intended to be just bi-directional on the streetscapes, what happens on the other sides, or the other elevations perhaps are not being as, considered as importantly. And then the fear with vegetative screening, especially on the rooftop, is maintenance. And so although it looks very pretty in a picture, the reality of it is that it's very hard to maintain and have it have some substance. And especially when you look at the elevation that you're showing, or that you had previously shown, it did show that there was a little bit of height there, which then indicates to me that there is a little bit more quote unquote dirt or medium or you know, pots or whatever that you have to go up, that have to be, you know, put up there. And so again, the question about the building height and the clearances that are being requested as a result of this requested variance, again, I think the question around what that roofing detail looks like, I think those are important details that the planning staff is going to have to review. But the question is, what is the management plan for the landscaping that is up on the roof? And how can you ensure that that is being taken care of appropriately?
Yeah, so with regard to landscape on the roof, there'll be the same landscapers that manage the rest of the property. I mean, you know, our goal obviously is to not have a bunch of dead plants and trees and bushes lying around. So, you know, anything that we have up on the roof that, you know, isn't thriving, you know, we'll make sure it does. You know, obviously we have an irrigation system around the whole building and the roof. Obviously, you know, live loads, dead loads, however you want to, you know, whatever kind of loads you want to talk about with regard to the structure of the building and or what's up on that roof. I will have an engineering firm obviously designing this building, and there'll be some serious discussions and compliance and some requirements by the City of Evanston Building Department that obviously would be taking all these considerations, you know, and factoring them in. I doubt they'd be letting us, you know, build this building without, you know, a strong, you know, structural engineering set and structural engineering that works.
My next question is relative to considerations of light pollution. Naturally, in a residential neighborhood, there is a parking lot. That parking lot needs to be appropriately lit for safety and security. There are considerations that are that need to be made for, wintertime hours where early in the morning it's very dark, and as the seasonalities of our current climate changes, it's going to get darker in times where you have pickups and drop-offs, and those areas are going to need to be lit. And the requirements for commercial buildings for lighting are different from residential districts. And so, from a light pollution to your neighbors, if you will, to the east as well as to the north, what considerations have you made or thought about relative to those lighting elements? And second part of that question is, again, regarding the rooftop, because that is, again, an active space, there have to be emergency lights that have to go up there. And so those are lights that have to have adequate foot candles for those exit pathways. And that being so high up, again, could become a nuisance for neighbors that are in that area.
Yeah, good questions again. We'll obviously have to work with the city with regard to the photometric plans that they require for the parking lot and for the surrounding lights that are on the building. Happy to comply with whatever ordinance they have with regard to any site lighting. With regard to up on the roof, I would imagine the same conditions apply. The city's going to give some guidance as to what requirements we have to abide by, and we'll be happy to follow their lead and work with them on that.
For a building this size, this was a question that was asked by another resident that was on the call earlier regarding the mechanical systems, the adequate screening, et cetera. For a building this size, using a rough metric of 200 square feet per ton for this particular occupancy, and even if you went up to a 250 square foot per ton requirement, you're looking at somewhere between 85 to 100 tons of cooling load that you need for this building, which then equates to likely, 3 or 4 very large rooftop units that equate to about 25 tons per rooftop. And again, this is an assumption that I'm making, and those rooftop units will effectively be, the unit itself is approximately 5 to 6 feet in height. And then that has to actually sit on a curb. And so when you look at the building footprint and the building height requirements that you're looking at and asking for approval here, you're talking about an additional 6 to 7 feet above your roof line. And when you factor in screening, which has to be considered for noise, for visuals, et cetera, that screening is going to need to exceed the height of the actual rooftop unit. So again, I question whether or not you've had considerations, thought around the request for this 39-foot accommodation, and whether that 39 feet is going to be adequate to service the needs for the rooftop sizes that you need, as well as for the appropriate screening that you need to have.
Yeah, so the current parapet height is about 32 feet, I believe, and our current rooftop height is 39, which is the top of the the elevator vestibule, the 2 stair vestibules. That parapet wall is about 3 feet higher than the flat roof. So you've got about 9 feet from the top of the flat roof to the top of the vestibules. So I think 9 feet sufficient for any kind of mechanical equipment that we need to put up there. We obviously haven't moved the ball down the field that far yet, but whether it's a split system or multiple, smaller RTUs or big packaged units, we haven't gotten that far yet. But I'm sure that, as Commissioner Isaac said, we're going to be held to that 39-foot height restriction by hook or by crook. So, whatever we end up doing, we're going to be under that.
I don't want to necessarily make a false assumption that 39 feet is all you're going to get, because the reality of it is the mechanical equipment has to be what it is to service the needs of your building. And then the screening
not more than 9 feet tall.
I understand, but the screening then may not be adequate to achieve the visuals as well as the auditory protections that we need in this particular neighborhood. My next question is a little perhaps off base here. Maybe not. There is there was a note earlier suggesting there were going to be 165 student capacity for your building. And these are little kids. Little kids have business to do. That business needs to be appropriately disposed of so that the smells and the other issues that happen with trying to be a little bit political here. What is your refuse plan? And as far as the refuse collection and storage of that refuse, what are you doing to manage and maintain those smells appropriately? And then I guess I'll let you answer that first question.
Yeah,
and then
so
perhaps as a follow-up.
This was one of the first questions mentioned by Commissioner Isaac, a few hours ago. So, we do have a refuse container on site. We have the option of, either putting a lid on the refuse corral. Should you, if you say whatever, I don't know what Evanston's requirements are surrounding that, but refuse will be collected a couple times a week. As I mentioned earlier, we have a number of our locations that are in residential neighborhoods. We've never had anyone complain in 50 odd years that our refuse is smelling or our garbage is smelling. So, you're alluding to the diapers and all that, and there's, probably a classroom and a half of kids or 2 classrooms of kids they'll have diapers. They'll go out every day. They'll get tied up. They'll get thrown in the garbage can. The lid will be closed. Every couple of days it'll get picked up. If it becomes a problem for any neighbors, we'd be happy to assess it and talk about that, as and if it becomes a problem, obviously, as any good neighbor would.
Yeah, and again, I bring up that question primarily because we've been talking about vehicular traffic, but just from servicing the building itself, there likely will be an increase of trash collection and recycling collection that will need to happen in that alley. And so, just taking that into account when you think about the considerations that the neighbors have to make, being a part of that entire district.
So the trash collection won't be in the alley, it'll be on our property. So we won't be having alley cans. We'll have our own refuse container on our property that'll be collected a couple times a week in our parking lot. You can see it on that
And
plan right
naturally-
there in the upper left-hand corner.
Sure, and I definitely see that. Just the question of, one of the other women who had asked about turning radiuses and how, large vehicles turn into this and get out, right? So the alley will definitely still be used.
Well, the alley will only be used twice a day for 1 hour a day, right? As you heard before.
Sure.
And the rest of the time it'll be gated. So if any traffic wants to go through that alley, it'll have to be between that 1 hour in the morning and that 1 hour in the afternoon.
So what happens when a dump truck comes in to pick up your refuse?
He'll back in and back out, or drive in and back out. I mean, it's what would happen.
To me, that's a very dangerous task for a garbage truck to pull in and out of the parking lot.
You could say the same thing for a fire department vehicle, EMT, a lot of stuff, but it's turning into a debate.
Yeah, it's turning into debate. Mr. Desai, you've asked a number of questions. I understand you have a lot of them. If you have any more questions, please just get to the questions, and let's let the other people that have their hands raised ask their questions too.
I've got one final question, which is, do you determined a project cost for this particular development as you have designed it here today? I believe your architect is also your general contractor, so I'm assuming that some considerations have been made relative to what you have designed and what it's going to cost.
Not yet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Desai. All right, let's see. Todd Semla.
Yes, hello, thank you. And just for the record, I did fill out a form to speak earlier during the Q&A, but it apparently wasn't received. I have two questions. The first is directed to the city staff, and this also refers to the alley and the residents' underwriting of that alley. In the 1990s, we paid for the development of that alley for its paving under the city's 50/50 program. And Kensington's proposal development of use of the alley is going to be an inconvenience to residents who use the alley. And I'm asking the city if it's prepared to deny residents their rights by limiting their access and use of the alley they themselves funded.
I'm sorry, Mr. Simla, what's your question for staff?
My question is, the staff and the city prepared to deny residents their rights by limiting access to the use of the alley that they paid for?
Okay, so Mr. Simla, number one, I will say that your question is argumentative. Number two, I will remind you that the alley is a public way, and I understand that the neighbors paid for 50% of it, and the fact that this property was not on the tax rolls at the time, that this property, the church did not probably pay its fair share of the alley, but nothing that I've heard today says that the alley is going to be the use of the alley is going to be blocked off in any way. The through line will be available at all times. So if you have a different question for staff, you can ask it.
Well, I did not intend the question to be argumentative.
Okay, but I guess your question presupposes that it's that the alley is going to be blocked off from your use.
Well, it will be at times not blocked off, but it will be blocked off by traffic because of people exiting from the church, the school's parking lot into the alley. So people who are trying to back out of their garage or access the alley to get to their garage during those times will have limited access.
I understand what you're saying, and I see your point, but what I would say is that this property is one of your neighbors. This property has a right to use the alley. Your objection is to the potential amount of use, and I understand that, but it's not removing your right to use the alley. You're saying this use is too excessive for this alley. Okay?
Yes, I do believe that, and I think you'll hear other arguments about that. So I'll ask my second question, and this can be to the staff or to Kensington. Since we did pay for half of the alley, who is responsible for the underwriting and maintenance of any repairs to the alley that comes as a result of the extra use?
That will be a question for staff. Staff, when the alley needs to be repaved, who is going to pay for that? This is a public.
Good evening, Johanna. I don't know that answer. I am not the Public Works Director. Generally, we are not repaving alleys in Evanston. If there are potholes, 311 requests can be put in, and those potholes will be repaired. And we certainly would inspect an alley if there are problems. But there's no way to derive how a pothole came to be, because there's any number of reasons a pothole could happen. It's not just vehicles driving over it. It's just the structure of roads and paved surfaces sometimes.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any further questions, Mr. Simla?
No, I'll have comments later. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Kristen Bruckbaum, is it Bruckbaum? I can't see your full name.
Bruckbauer, thank you.
Bruckbauer.
Yes, I am a local neighbor. I wanted to direct this question to Mr. Marlis. This is getting back to the question of your market analysis that you presented in your proposal. You presented census data estimating children under the age of 4 at about 7,000 and estimates of available full-time daycare positions in the area at about 1,500. And I think drew this somewhat speculative conclusion that there was unmet demand there. So my question is, And as a mother of a 4.5-year-old, I have actually direct experience with looking for full-time daycare in the Evanston area here. And I know that there are spaces available in the capacity that's here in Evanston. So my question is, what do you actually know about the market demand for another 160 or so spaces in Evanston? And as a follow-up to that, how does that analysis compare to the analysis that you've done in the other communities where you've assessed the market, assessed the unmet demand, and gone forward with building a facility? I think this gets back to the heart of the question about how confident are you that you're actually going to be able to fill and be profitable and not leave us with a building that is not that's not a business that's not realized.
Sure, that's a great question. So, I look at demographic data from CoStar, which is a national real estate website. It's an aggregator of market data relative to demographics and population demographics. I then looked on the DCFS website and I identified all the childcare centers that were, full day, community-based childcare centers, not preschools, but childcare in that same radius. And I compiled a list and the numbers of available spaces that they had for their licensed capacity. And that's where those numbers came from. I think there might have been, one of the gentlemen said there was some discrepancy there. I'm happy to go back and look at those numbers again, just to make sure that they're correct. With regard to, how I have a feeling about this location relative to others, I'll give you just our latest example. We just recently built a 15,000 square foot, almost 16,000 square foot childcare center in Hinsdale, in a residentially zoned neighborhood that we got special uses for and rezoned. And we opened it on June 1st during the pandemic. The state of Illinois only allowed us to open and operate at 75% capacity. We were at that 75% capacity at that location in 3 weeks. As the state of Illinois continued to allow us to increase our capacity in measured steps throughout the months since, every time the state allowed us to open at that new higher capacity, we met that new higher capacity within a month or so. January 4th, the state of Illinois removed the regulatory restrictions on capacity limitations, allowing us to go back to full capacity. We are now at full capacity at that location. So that's our latest school that we opened. Again, 9-classroom school, same kind of composition of children in that school, infants through 4 or 5 years old. And we use the same kind of market demographics, same kind of calculations, the same kind of metrics and looked at, and it was basically the same exercise. I could tell you the same thing happened in Glenview that we opened in 2018. Same happened in Arlington Heights, we opened in 2019. I expect nothing less than the same kind of performance here. Past performance is a predictor of future performance is somewhat standard industry practice in a lot of ways. So can I guarantee that this school will always be full? No, you can't make any guarantees about anything, but do I have a very good feeling that this will be a very successful school? Given all the market dynamics that exist in Evanston and around, in the neighborhood that this is in? Yes, of course. Hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Yes, I do have just one more question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I'm wondering, you had mentioned, I'm wondering basically what were your criteria for looking seriously at the sites that you mentioned? You have multiple realtors bringing you multiple sites over periods of time.
I'm sorry, you broke
mentioned
up.
earlier.
You broke up on me there a little
sorry.
bit. I'm sorry. No, my internet connection's
Can you hear
starting to
me?
waver. I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you now.
My question is about what criteria you were looking seriously at, what criteria you were considering to look seriously at the sites that the realtors brought to you in Evanston. You mentioned earlier in the call that that this particular site is although I know the neighbors agree that we think it's small for the development, it's clearly, you've stated that it meets your criteria for the size of a lot that you would need to make a 10 classroom school. So you stated that. I'd like to know what other criteria you were considering when you decided to look seriously at different sites that the realtors were bringing to you, and to what extent was neighborhood, income, and other demographics part of that evaluation?
Yeah, so, quite simply, I was looking for something on the north side of Evanston, right? Yeah, Evanston, Wilmette, Skokie market. There's just, from what I could tell, from a quick glance, there seems to be not a lot of childcare up in this neighborhood, up in this market. I know there's a Goddard that's over in Skokie, not too far from here. I know there's the little green tree house on Central in a storefront. Aside from that, I think the next closest one of any substance is maybe a Bright Horizons that's closer to downtown. So, when I asked some realtors to take a look, they looked in the North Evanston, and this is what came up. Hello.
Okay, so North Evanston specifically, that answers the previous person's question about did you look in South Evanston? Sounds like you did not.
I did not look in South Evanston. There's a number of places that I look and a number of places that I don't look. When you're a small family business and you can only do, a couple of these at a time, we have to pick our spots wisely, and we've had past success in certain markets, and we have to continue to find markets that are similar to those in which we already serve.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next is going to be Dennis's iPhone.
Yeah, thank you. I had a quick question jumping back up to the roof.
Could you give us your full name, please?
Sorry, Dennis DeCapri. Yeah, taking a look at the roof again, is something that Vital brought up earlier. The screening of the playground, something's not making sense to me here. So there is a screen around the playground.
Mr. DeCapri, I'm really sorry to do this to you, but we've already had a long meeting, and this is going to be a exceedingly long meeting.
It's a very quick question.
But I'm sorry, you've already had an opportunity to ask questions, and we're not going to give people an opportunity to come back and ask more questions. So, Mr. DeCapri, and I see Mr. Rogers, you have your hand up as well. You've already had a chance to ask questions. I'm going to move on to the next person. Adam Prager. I believe Linda asked questions, but not Adam. So
I'm a different person entirely. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
So I will tell you that I had the great pleasure of watching about 10 hours of Plan Commission video prior to this one, and I was shocked that they go this long, but now I'm starting to see why. So thank you for the time. I suppose my first question is a very general one, and that is that Plan Commissioners, I'm just wondering, did you receive a detailed letter that was sent on behalf of 100 or so residents in the community?
Absolutely, we did.
Okay. So here's my first question, and that is, and I suppose I'd ask it to the Plan Commission, but if I'm not allowed, I'll ask it to the city. And that is that in a few of the Plan Commission videos, there was serious attention given to the hours of operation of proposed facilities and whether or not they were in conformance or in alignment with the areas where their proposed location is. So my question is, knowing that this proposed facility it's a business, but it's a very atypical business in terms of its hours of operation. This is roughly 12 to 13 hours of operation, starting before sunrise, call it 6 a.m. when staff arrives, 6:30 when students do, and not ending until after sunset in an R1 area, inches away from homes. My question to, I guess, city staff or Plan Commission is, To what degree are hours of operation considered in a decision such as this?
Well, I mean, it's not really a question for staff, right? I mean, unless you want to ask them, did they take that into account when they made their recommendation to the Plan Commission? But I would say to you, as far as our deliberations, you haven't heard our deliberations yet. We haven't deliberated, so you don't know what weight or what how we're going to look at that or what we're going to discuss. If you think that we should take that into consideration, by all means, ask questions to elicit those facts and then make that the point in your comment.
I think you should absolutely take that into consideration.
All right, do you have another question, Mr. Prager?
Sure, I have a few more questions.
Okay.
So this is a question for Johanna Neiden, the Community Development Director. When we as a community took a look at this development, one of the things that we found quite interesting is that it feels as if the Kensington's use of the alley is basically almost a microcosm of what's wrong with the development, of the issues associated with the development. It's adding massive activity into a tiny area, a constrained space, not designed for it. It's basically altering some of the rules that relate to the residents versus an outside company. It's adding safety risk. It's denying residents some access. And it's probably going to put a lot of pressure on the 311 number in Evanston as people call with problems, et cetera. My question to Johanna is, she was the DAPR chair in the last round and voted against the advancement of this development. And the item that she mentioned as most troubling was Kensington's use of the alley. So Johanna, if you're still there, my question to you is, can you speak to why specifically you voted that way, and specifically what I'm referring to is what it is about their alley usage that you found most troubling?
Sure. Good evening again. Well, I think one of the concerns I had while this was under review at DAPR was how those parking spaces along the alley would be used, how the traffic would circulate in and out of the parking lot. And one of the things about the Design and Project Review Committee is we flag these issues to continue the evolution as they go along. So there has been some additional work with Kensington and the plans for the alley, as well as the parking lot circulation, as we've talked about tonight, in terms of some of the movement. There was a reference earlier this evening regarding the Trader Joe's alley and the sealing off. For those of us who've been in Evanston a long time, recall when it was a Blockbuster Video, you could just pass through the parking lot into the alley, and that was a preference of the neighbors at that point when the Trader Joe's came in to not have that anymore. So it wasn't necessarily predicated on the use of Trader Joe's. It was predicated on the desire to not see that pattern repeat itself with the parking lot and the alley being connected. So we have, I don't know if we want to call it a precedent, but it seems to work quite well at Trader Joe's to have that alley and the parking lot separated, because it does, the path of least resistance is often the path that people will follow.
Thank you for that. I have a question for Mr. Worthman, I believe it is, about the transportation work. So I was taking notes on this, and I want to make sure I have this right. That, by the way, is Mr. Worthman still there?
I'm here.
Okay, great, thank you. So I think I'm right in these various statements. The data that you used for the transportation analysis, as Henry Cohn said, is 3 years old. It was data that was provided by the city. So that was perhaps the best data they had, but that's the data that you used. The alley was not factored into the analysis, even though the alley is one of the most critical points of transportation and one of the most contentious parts of this effort. I'll go through this and you can tell me if any of this is wrong. I don't know the extent to which you looked at the magnitude of school-related pedestrian walking and biking to school and from school when Kensington is most active. You can speak to that in a second. I think you said you didn't really factor in or do any kind of analysis of transportation and potential safety related to that associated with after-school activity. You simply said it's going to be far less active than the normal school day. I didn't hear anything about any reference to things like delivery trucks. There's been a huge increase in delivery trucks since the pandemic. We do a lot of work, our consulting firm does, in economic development and changes related to the pandemic, and this is going to be something that will continue to live on. You didn't do a turning study, and by the way, I think the reference to turning study was more in the alley. So you have parking spaces that used to be perpendicular, you've changed them to parallel, so as cars pull straight out of your parking spaces, how are they turning, and how does that turning relate to the turning of cars that are leaving the garages, et cetera? That's part of the turning study that I think wasn't done. And you also did not look at Lincolnwood Drive, which has been identified as a real problematic area because cars are moving off and away from Heard and Park Place into Lincolnwood Drive because of the congestion in that area. So am I right that none of those things were evaluated in the context of your studies?
That was a long question. I would say some of it is true, some of it we did study. If you want to ask a specific one, I will answer it, but I can't remember the 12 things that you said.
Do you remember any things I said that were incorrect?
If you want to ask me one at a time, I can go through it with you. I mean,
Okay, all right, I'll do this very quickly. Three-year-old data. Did you use? Was it 3-year-old data that you used for that study?
As we discussed, we used the 2018 data. If it wasn't a pandemic, we would have conducted new counts out there.
Okay.
The 2018 data was used. It was modified to represent the one-way direction and increased to represent 2026 traffic volumes based on consultation with city staff.
Did you factor in after-school activity, the actual traffic patterns, et cetera, and the times of day as it relates to Kensington activity?
What do you mean by after-school activity?
Willard School is used for all sorts of activities in various meetings, teacher conferences, sporting events, and all of those things generate traffic, a considerable amount of traffic at times.
So as traffic engineers, we look at the peak periods of the roadway system. I think we would all agree that the peak periods here are when Willard's arrival period and its departure period, before and after school. And that's what we looked at. If we can accommodate the traffic when it's at its highest levels, we can accommodate it at other times. And I think we would all agree that the highest levels and what we've heard all night is during pickup and drop off at the school.
Did you factor in the increase in delivery trucks? And that's not a small matter because they're generating considerable congestion on the streets and the alley, et cetera, and that's expected to live on.
As I indicated, we increased the existing traffic volumes to account for future growth in the area, which I would say includes delivery trucks and other growth in the area. So yes.
No turning study of any sort.
The turning study is not required because we're meeting the city of Evanston's requirements for parking stalls. We meet their requirements.
But you're also making creative and unusual use of an alley where the turning radius and utilization of those cars in that alley is critically important.
There's many locations in Evanston where you have all types of parking in the alleys. Staff knows this very well. We work closely with them. They are very comfortable with the design of it, and so are we.
And you did not look at Lincolnwood Drive.
We did not look at Lincolnwood Drive. We were not asked to. As I've indicated, The heaviest road, I think we can all agree, is Hurd. Hurd has sufficient capacity to accommodate the additional traffic that will be generated by the facility.
So the city would dispute part of that because there are real issues that they know of on Lincolnwood Drive that are the outgrowth of some of the problems on Hurd. And they're even looking at possible remedies to address some of that. So that's Lincolnwood Drive is part of this whole arrangement. All right. And by the way, one of your concessions, just to clarify, is adding no through traffic signs on the alley. And I hope you did hear that there's already 3 of them in place, in a 2-block radius. They have no impact, but they're already there.
That was a suggestion of staff to add additional signage to help reduce any cut-through traffic in the area.
I have a question for Mr. Marlis, and that is, so for full disclosure, I've spent years working in corporate site selection for advising for a large company, advising facilities like this or larger ones on what properties make the best location for the operations themselves. And I'm having a hard time seeing how this particular property meets the operational needs of Kensington, not the financial needs or the property investment needs, but how this very tight property, constrained in many ways with limited ingress and egress, in the context of your clients that are trying to get in quickly, drop off or pick up kids quickly, go to their businesses or catch mass transportation or what have you quickly, how this site meets those very difficult needs that or operational issues that you have. So can you speak to that? Why is it that that you feel that this site works so well for you and is so vastly different from the vast majority of other sites you have?
Well, I just think it's not vastly different from our LaGrange site, and it's a much better condition than our new Lincoln Park site that we're building, where there's 8 spots in the alley in the back, and every single parent has to park on Lincoln Avenue at a metered stall to ferry their children in and out of the school, and that's pretty consistent with all Chicago community-based childcare centers. So I don't have any reservations at all about this being difficult logistically. I mean, there's 34 parking spaces on site. That Hinsdale location that I just referenced a little while ago, Lance, how many parking spaces do we have in Hinsdale? Do you recall off the top of your head?
Under 35.
Yeah. So
30.
Yeah. So we've got a school in Hinsdale that has 9 classrooms, 165 students. It's at capacity and it has the same number of parking spaces or less. And we're operating without issue with the village of Hinsdale.
Is your LaGrange property, you refer to that one as the most similar to this, is that on a similar size road with similar capacity?
Yep, it's on Kensington Avenue. It's right off of Ogden Avenue. So it's, maybe a few doors down from Ogden Avenue, but it's on less than a half an acre, has 16 parking spaces on it. 17,000 square foot building, a capacity of 203 children. And it's on 2 stories plus a basement.
I'm not sure how you could consider this analogous to that when that one is only inches away from Ogden Avenue. There's nothing remotely comparable to that in this area.
As far as an ingress egress perspective in the school, on the property, bringing children in and out of the school, I think this is a better location. Basically.
In terms of driving through residential neighborhoods, is that also similar to LaGrange, or are those people just coming right off of Ogden and?
They're coming from similarly. They're coming from every direction.
By the way, Lincoln Park, is that R1 zoning?
It's B3 zoning.
So you're referring to a development that's in a business district instead of one that's in a low density R1 such as this one.
Right. But as I mentioned, we also have multiple locations that were in residential districts, R districts.
A vastly different size and configuration and capacity.
Is this are we discussing this, or is this do you have any further questions?
I do have another question, and that is that one of the, in fact, a big concern that a number of that whatever 100 some odd residents have is not just traffic per se, but it's the safety related aspects, the hazards associated with heavy traffic in a confined area with hundreds of kids, walking around throughout the day, et cetera. I'm wondering, my experience is that the sort of information comes from due diligence that takes time, and you probably know a lot more now about this immediate area and the property than you did when you first started this process. So my question is, what compelling evidence do you have that gives you, such confidence that children walking to and from school are roughly the same times that you're in operation, et cetera, are not going to be harmed by virtue of this development? What is the evidence that you have that gives you that confidence?
Right. So I don't know how. Let me ask you a question. What kind of evidence is there that could give anyone that confidence?
I think it would be things like the extent to which cars are or are not traveling on roads at the same time when there are small kids walking or cycling. It would be the extent to which there are, crossing guards and other protections that ensure that happens. It would be the history of your operations in virtually identical areas. I mean, I think there's a lot of ways that you could gauge that and have, as the head of a daycare facility that probably is going to do whatever it can to not harm children, that you would know. Yeah.
So, much of that's anecdotal, as I'm sure there's nothing clinical that we could land upon that would give us, really a real strong feeling of that security. But I will tell you that, again, past performance in our 52 years of doing business, we've not had an incident with a parent hurting or harming or colliding with a child on a sidewalk or a street or anywhere. So not once. I also lean against the traffic data supplied by KLOA, using the data supplied by the city of Evanston, that, we're basically, in agreement, or the city of Evanston's in agreement with KLOA's study. Aside from doing a traffic study, speaking, with the engineering department multiple times and their traffic consultants in Zoom conferences with our traffic consultants and the village or and the city, coupled with the history that Kensington has operating childcare centers for 52 years over 12 locations, I'd say that, we have a pretty good anecdotal feeling that children in that neighborhood will be safe.
I have one final question for you, and that is that in all the related work that I've been involved in, I've never heard a prospective investor say and have a plan commission accept water seeks its own level, that it'll just sort of sort itself out. I'm hoping that the plan commission is going to pin you down a little more than that. But my question to you is, what do you mean by that?
Well, what I mean by that is quite simply, there's 2 times of the day, or two different 1 hour blocks of the day where we all realize that traffic could be of concern here. And that is the 1 hour in the morning that Willard is operating their drop-off procedures, where they have a one-way southbound traffic route enforced, and similarly the same evening hour where Willard has their pickup and the same route. Hold on a second here. Can you hear me?
I can. Yes.
Okay. Sorry, I lost my headphone. Power went out. So to that effect, based on the traffic studies that we have, we all can land on and realize that evening hour there's very little overlap, very little. And that morning hour there is some, but not a significant amount, simply because we have a roughly 3-hour drop-off time in the morning. And when I mentioned water will seek its own level, I mentioned that, you know, as I was a parent, when I was younger, dropping off my children at Latin in the city, if I had the opportunity to not have to wait in that traffic line, that roundabout line that wrapped around, you know, Dearborn and up State Street to drop off at Latin School just south of North Avenue, or vice versa for pickup, that was equally as crazy. And I could pick a different time that I could avoid that traffic lineup, I would clearly do so. There was nothing compelling me to have to drop off in that half-hour overlap time. So when I say water seeks its own level, I mean anecdotally that there's a 3-hour time window by which parents can choose to drop off their children at Kensington School. The water seeking its own level is the implied wisdom that could perhaps be created after a certain period of time to realize that to drop off their children while Willard is also dropping off children doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Okay, so then I have one final question, and that is that so your the parents that you're serving are then not working parents. They're not wedded to a work schedule. They have the flexibility to go wherever the water takes them.
They're most definitely working parents, and as such, their typical commute probably necessitates them to get their child dropped off earlier than 8:45. They're commuting into the city or whatnot. And again, I can't speak to every parent. I don't know everyone's situation. I also don't know the new normal that we're in post-pandemic, where you have, you know, so many of us still working from home. I mean, look at us right now. So, you know, that may be a boon to this whole endeavor, whereby, you know, parents have the ultimate flexibility in when they can drop off their children. So there's always that silver lining that could be the case as well.
Okay.
Well, thank you for your questions, all of you. Thanks for indulging me. I'm finished.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right. Rick Aceves.
Here I am. Sorry, the mute button as always. I just have a quick question for Mr. Marlis. He keeps saying that the school is a 2-story building, right?
Yes.
So will there be instruction on that second floor for children?
There will be classrooms on the second floor. Yes, sir.
I'm just wondering how that's possible, because under Illinois code, you're not allowed to have children up on the second floor. And you can have them for large activities such as, you know, physical activity, but you're not allowed to have instruction on the second floor under Illinois Code 407.370, section 4073-70.
Mr. Marlis, do you your LaGrange location, which is already licensed and is inspected, does it have classrooms on the second floor?
Yes, it does. As does our St. Charles School, as will our City of Chicago School that we're currently under construction and have a building permit for.
Okay, so Mr. Aceves, he's not an attorney. He's not going to know.
No, I'm just wondering, because I'm a school principal. So under the law, I cannot have a kindergarten class on the second floor. And that's because of this school code. So I'm wondering, and that also applies to preschools and daycares. So I'm wondering how it's more of a safety question than anything. How is that, you know, being permitted? I don't know. That's just, it wasn't to you, it was to Mr. Marlis. So
yeah, you know, I understand, but Mr. Marlis isn't an attorney. Mr. Marlis, can you answer the question, or do you just know that you can because all your other locations have been licensed, allowed to have it?
Yeah, so if you really want all the answers, the architect Lance really knows them. You know, I imagine your elementary school or whatever kind of school you're in has a different use group than ours does. I think. Lance, do you want to speak to it really quickly just to answer this man's question?
Yeah, I don't know exactly what code or ordinance he's reading, but we can have kids on the second floor. What we cannot have are children under 2 years old on the second floor. So we deal with kids, you know, infants through 5 years old. And there's other requirements, obviously, with exiting and fire ratings and things like that. And the building being fully fire sprinklered helps. But so I don't know what you're reading, but we've been able to for all the buildings that Chuck's mentioned.
Yeah, so quite simply, Mr. Acevas, you know, as we move this project along and we reach the point in which we speak to the city of Evanston about this building, you know, their building code will tell us if we can or can't have children on the second floor.
No, thank you. Just a question. Again, and I really don't appreciate the gentleman's tone that I was who just talked right now. It was just a simple question, and it comes actually out of the Illinois School Code. It's section 407.370. So
I think he was just saying he doesn't know the code that you were referring to.
I just again,
yeah,
didn't appreciate the tone. That's all.
Thank you.
I know it's late, but you still, you know.
All right, looks like Mrs. Cohn is our last questioner of the evening. Mrs. Cohn?
Thank you. It's actually Mrs. Smiley, S-M-I-L-E-Y, but I'm with the Cohn.
I just presumed. I
All
should
right.
not have.
That's okay. It's a long night. I appreciate everyone. Just one question. Would the city staff, Public Works, be willing to meet with the neighborhood to discuss traffic issues before the next planning commission meeting?
As I mentioned, I'm not in charge of Public Works. I can, if you want to send me your name in the chat, I can ask the Public Works team to contact you and they can follow up with that request.
And I will just say anecdotally, when I've had issues that I needed to speak with Public Works about, they've been very welcoming and expeditious about getting back to me to discuss whatever I wanted to talk about. So I think the answer to your question will be yes, they will be happy to discuss whatever you want.
Thank you very much.
Of course. All right. Very quickly, Miss Jones, I believe you have a few questions that were emailed to you of people that couldn't attend the meeting, but they wanted the questions asked. Have those questions been answered?
Yes, I think most of those have been answered going back through the list. There's one that I will ask that I can actually also respond to, and then maybe the applicant can as well. But it spoke to what the traffic patterns will be for the construction period. And for that, for all of our planned developments, we require a construction management plan. So prior to a building permit being issued, we would need to review that and make sure that proper truck routes are approved, that proper access is given, safety measures and things of that nature. So that would be a part of that particular plan, but that is a little bit further down the road. I'm not sure if the applicant has started to look into that just yet. But that is something that is a part of that plan. I do believe that question is the main one that has not been touched on. So I think that.
Okay. Thank you for asking the question and providing the response. I'm sorry, did Mr. Marlis need to respond to that? I mean, that's just I believe you answered the question, right? That's just for the public record.
Are you asking me if I need to respond or asking?
I'm waiting for Megan to respond. Mrs. Jones.
Oh, sorry. Trying to do multiple things at the same time. I believe that is pretty much the.
I think to answer your question, Mr. Isaac, I have not yet had an opportunity to review that pre-construction plan. We will when the time comes.
Understood.
Thank you.
And we have examples.
Yeah.
To have one.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So we are at the end of the question and answer time. Now is the time in which I ask whether there is a member of the public who lives within, I believe it's 500 feet, it might be 1,000 feet of the proposed planned development that would like to request a continuance to a date certain in order to gather and provide evidence in rebuttal of any of the testimony that they have heard today. And if you do, you can unmute and it looks like Mr. Prager has raised his hand. Mr. Prager?
Hi again. Yeah, I would like to request a continuance because I think that we need to fill some pretty critical gaps in terms of transportation and traffic in some of the essential areas, the alleyway and other uses in the neighborhood, et cetera, that have a direct bearing on safety.
Okay, so you believe you're gonna be able to gather evidence to rebut or expand upon some of the evidence that you've heard today in order to address traffic and transportation issues.
Yeah, I think that we can clarify and amplify and maybe address certain things, but yes, we'll provide information that I think will shed some more light on all this.
Okay, I believe that meets the requirements for a continuance. Now, usually in these situations, we'll set the date for a continuance and then move on with the meeting to allow the people that have been at the meeting to make their public comments. Unfortunately, this meeting has gone on significantly longer than most meetings that we have where this becomes a consideration. And so I think what we're going to do is we're going to save all public comment for the continued meeting. Mr. Reardon, are you still? Oh,
I'm still here.
Okay, so with what I just said being taken into account, okay, I want to give you the opportunity to either have your 5 minutes of comments today, or if you'd like to wait for Mr. Prager to bring his rebuttal evidence and then speak first after that at the next meeting. That will be, I will leave that up to you.
Okay, well, geez, 5.5 hours in, I think I wanna still talk tonight. It's 5 minutes. It's, we're rookies at this. We're just people living in a neighborhood. We don't know exactly what we're doing. And we all thought that we would start the question section with this very quick PowerPoint, which probably would have made the question section a little bit shorter, but that's okay. But I would still like to get it on the record tonight so that the commission can hear a little bit more from us in visual form. This is mostly a visual deck. I'm not going to ramble on. I might a little. I'm mostly Irish. But if I can share a screen, I'll blow through it quickly.
Well, so Mr. Just hold on 1 second. Let me. I need to speak to the commissioners. Commissioners, this is my idea to just stop it now and move on. I need to hear from you, and I need we need to get consensus because I don't get to make this decision on my own. I mean, there's 50 people on this.
This is Jean Lindwall. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, Commissioner Lindwall.
Okay, I lost my internet, so I'm on my phone right now. So if you go through the PowerPoint, I can watch the recording later, so that's fine. But I don't have visual.
Well, there's a verbal track too, so you'll get to hear my wisdom.
Okay, that's fine. And I will watch. When I have internet again. I guess it must be the wind.
Fantastic.
Commissioner Lindwall and other commissioners, what I was mainly getting at is, we have the request for continuance, so we have to set a date for the continued meeting. But the decision before us is whether to whether to continue with the comments, which, I mean, you know, they're only 2 minutes apiece, and so they'll go by relatively quickly. But you know, we're looking at potentially another hour and a half of comments.
I don't
Given the
think it'll
number
be
of
that,
people that.
Peter, I don't think it'll be that, because a lot of the comments are actually in this presentation. And I think most people have already commented, and I think we already had probably over a dozen people drop off. So I think what we're really just saying is, let me go through the presentation, and then we get the continuance, and we'll go from there.
You know what? Let's meet somewhere in the middle here. We'll figure out the continuance date, and we'll go to 12 o'clock. And at 12 o'clock, we're just going to stop, and you know, people who weren't able to comment will be able to comment at the next at the next meeting. How does that sound to the commissioners?
And if somebody comments today, then can they also comment in the next one?
Usually not. But
okay.
I
So
think
if the presentation happens today, then it's not going to happen at the next meeting, just so everyone's aware.
yes. Thank you, Commissioner Draper, for pointing that out. Mr. Reardon, you're going to provide a presentation today, but you won't be able to provide this presentation at the next meeting.
That's fine, as long as the commissioners are able to see it tonight or on recording. It's
Absolutely. Yeah, we're here. We'll listen.
it's
Okay.
for you. It's for you.
Okay, great. Well, then let's try and get as much of this as we can. So, Mr. Reardon, you're going to start, and whenever you're ready, sir.
Someone's got to enable screen sharing on your end.
Megan, can you give him that?
Mr. Chairman, if I could just again clarify, any comments tonight will not, those individuals will not be able to comment next meeting, correct?
Correct.
So someone will be keeping track of that.
That's our usual protocol. Correct.
It says I'm sharing screen. I don't know if you guys can see it.
Yep. 2017 Heard proposal, neighborhood response.
Fantastic. Technology works. Unbelievable.
Sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, well, again, I'll talk fast. Like I said, a lot of visuals in here. Thanks for the time. You know, we've obviously heard a lot of concerned citizens tonight about this proposed for-profit business coming into our residential neighborhood. I've been involved with this with some of the neighborhoods, some of the folks in the neighborhood for quite a while now, almost as long as Chuck has. And I speak on behalf of over 100 neighbors when I say that we're very concerned. And obviously you got that loud and clear. A lot of this was written for me starting the comments and questions, not ending them. So bear with me as I might sound redundant at times. Essentially, we've got some real concerns about the detrimental impact this development could have on school goer and resident safety, traffic, as you've heard quite a bit about, parking in the neighborhood, property values, and the quality of life of residents overall. I won't get into the 165 plus kids and over 20 employees generating more than 200 additional car trips daily, operating hours from 6 to really, honestly, 10 p.m. if you think about cleaning services coming in every night and making a school facility ready for the next day of the children coming in. So light pollution, length of day, not good. We wanted to show some pictures because not everyone is totally familiar with the site. This is what it looks like right now. Actually, not right now because it's March and there's snow and no trees, but this is off Google. This is the church front. It's very nice, wide open, lots of green space, even though it's not currently meeting the impervious standard. It's still better than what's proposed. Here's another angle. You can kind of get a sense of the garages to the right of the side of the screen here. Some of the neighbors have talked tonight about how close our garages are to the alley. The alley is a 16-foot alley. The parking is right adjacent to it. This is the side, the west side looking east. This is a large tree that will need to be removed in order to put the building in. And like they say, a picture's worth 1,000 words. So here's what it would look like. And I'm going to quote Chuck from earlier tonight. He mentioned that, you know, hey, he's building a big rectangular box. And that's basically what we couldn't agree more with that, Chuck. You are building a big rectangular box. The facade in the front of this building right now, this is on Park facing south, is about 36 feet. Chuck's gonna make this now 82 feet. Now we're doing this overlay as good as we can with our Photoshop skills that we have. But what it doesn't really represent is the church is actually 33 feet from the sidewalk. This building will come out. And when I say the church, it's the actual church, not the columns. This building will come out to 27 feet. So it's going to encroach on the south side even more. If you look at it from the other angle, looking south now, the north side, you can see the non-compliant height. And we've had many conversations about that. I don't need to beat that to death. But you can just start to see and sense the suffocating nature that this building is going to present to this neighborhood. The driveway here is in the forefront. You can see the tracks from the snow. That's basically people walking in a driveway that's going to have 100 cars going in and 100 cars coming out, or some derivation thereof of some out the alley, a garbage truck coming in, this coming in, that coming in, snow removal. I mean, literally, I was starting to get sick listening to all the traffic problems that this thing's going to create earlier today. Also, you'll see the setback here at 15 feet. I get how you'd want to have 15 feet on a corner lot. I'm right around I'm just across the street on a corner lot. My house is 15 feet back from Park Place, and on Lincoln Wood, it's probably the 25 or 27 feet. I get that. My house is a small house. This is a 40-foot tall building with a 130-foot face that's going to be 15 feet from the sidewalk. This is a canyon. We're creating an urban canyon with this building. Really quickly about the traffic. Again, you guys have seen this, but here's a schematic of how it works. When Herd's in session, the hour long, this is how they'll go. They'll come south on Herd, they'll cut into the lot, they'll exit through the alley. If you shut the alley off, fine, then they're gonna do a U-turn, come back out. What no one's really demonstrated tonight is, if you think about this alley here, this alley right now, and I live right over here, we watch people come up to drop their kids off at Herd. They come up, they come in here, they cut through the church lot, and they drop their kids off here. Sometimes, if that's busy, they come all the way up this alley, on Isabel and down here. Other times, as Rick was saying, they come up Lincolnwood and cut down here. None of this is going to change. You put a turnout, so it's just turning right here. People are still going to come up the alley and turn in here. You're going to have people trying to drop kids off this way. You're going to have Willard parents coming this way. There's signs everywhere. We got cop once in a while. They don't stop. It's as I'll quote Rick again, or Chuck, water seeks its own level. Exactly. Water does seek its own level. They'll find the easiest way every single time. This is a freaking nightmare in the making. Other things about, and again, we talked about how there's a cutout for Willard now. There are 4 buses, and the cutout's often either filled with 2 buses and then 2 more buses on the street, or the cars, the parents will get there earlier and they're in the cutout. And so then the buses go further down, and then they're parking south of the cutout in front of Willard, directly across from this facility. The teachers are parking all up and down the street. We already said we're gonna have a net loss of 10 spots because of the teachers no longer parking in this spot. So again, traffic, and we'll get you a picture here in a second. Traffic is not going to be, this isn't gonna be solved with barriers or gates, or even having a security guard at these 2 entrances. It's just not. You're essentially adding a 7th and 8th grade, or 6th and 7th grade to Willard with the amount of kids coming in, and all of them will arrive by car. This is the alley in daylight. You can kind of see, this is the parking we're talking about there, where there's a van parked now. Right now, there are 9 spots, all diagonal parking. They want to extend this a little bit closer to Park and turn it into 14 spots. By the way, the current 9 are non-compliant, so we're adding 5 more non-compliant. What we're worried about with the straight in parking here is, as you can see, this garage is right on the alley and her trash cans are right there. There will be parking spots directly across from that if this goes through. They're backing out into other people's fences, garages. There's a garage further up you can't quite see. Its doors right on the alley. These are 14 spots. They have 23 employees, so the employees are gonna take these 14, then they take 9 more in the other lot. That only leaves 11 spots for parents to come in, park, and drop their kids off. And with 165 kids every morning, you're gonna have at least 100 cars pulling in, and he's talking 90 minutes. You got a car every minute if they pace themselves, every other minute. Another shot of the alley.
Mr. Reardon, just want to point out that you blew by 5 minutes a minute or 2 ago.
Okay, well then I'll talk really fast because it's mostly pictures from here on out. This is the fun part. Here's the alley with snow. It also, the snow removal, he'll have to take it off-site because it takes up 4 spots. Oh, and then, you know, tree service and blocking the alley the other day for 5 hours. That was a joy. Here's another angle going back out. You can kind of see the alley, very narrow, garage right there. Here's Willard. Willard went back to school a couple weeks ago. This is like, this wasn't even peak time when we snapped this photo. This is it. And it's gonna be like this, even worse when you got all these people coming down the street. Here's the setback. So 15 feet for them. Willard directly across the street, I measured it myself, it's 55 feet. And Willard's not as tall as this building on this section of Willard. The current church is 48 feet back on the front half. It's 30 feet back on the knockout, a little bit further back. The homes north of Willard, or of this location, are all at least 25 feet back. We talked about impervious, you know this. Evanston standards 45, current church 63. They want to increase it to 69. Here's really quickly, here's Kensington LaGrange. We didn't include it in the other documents, but you can kind of see it off to the right there. It's at the corner of Ogden and Kensington, what he said. There's a traffic light here. This is a major commercial thoroughfare. It is an older building. It's beautiful. I commend Chuck on finding this building and make it nice. But again, to call that a 2-story building that's equivalent to what we're putting up in Evanston, it's not even close. The 16 parking spots, true, but they have this turnaround here, which I'm assuming when they drop off in the morning, makes for a very nice pull in, let your kid out, keep going, etc. Again, this is not an apples to apples consideration. He also mentioned Hinsdale. Here's Hinsdale. Google didn't take this picture when it was built. They took it when it was being built. Again, this is on a 4-lane street in a light residential area, or a light industrial area to the west of it, somewhat residential area to the east of it. So again, context. We don't need to go through all their sites, but you know, just an example, Glenview's parking lot is larger than the entire lot that they're going to build this on. Naperville has parking for 63 cars. You can see the rest of them. I won't belabor the point. Here's Barbaro. If you want examples of people that are doing it right, this building is not dwarfing the house right next door to it. It's also on Crawford, a commercial street. Their address is Culver, but it's corner of Culver and Crawford. Little Green Tree House nearby on Central. They have 130 students, they tell us, that go into this 1-story building. Again, it's not dwarfing anything around it. We all know about Cherry. Again, another 1-story building in a quasi-residential commercial district. That's it. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Reardon. All right, I'm going to go back through my list. Peter Boyle, are you still here?
Excuse me, Commissioner. May I ask a point of clarification?
Who's this?
Jeff Jameson. I just had a quick question on the rebuttal that Adam had asked for. Will he be the only one permitted to present rebuttal evidence at the next meeting, or how would that work? I just wanted to.
That is a good question. And I'm not sure that that's something I am prepared to respond on. I have to go back to our rules. Let's see. If you're saying that you want to provide rebuttal evidence as well, I believe that you would be allowed to. We just can't have more than one. We can't have more than one continuance. So there's one continuance. Let's see.
Yeah, that's fine. I just didn't know if other people wanted the continuance to provide rebuttal evidence on a different topic than what Adam was going to present on. Because I wanted to research some of the demographic information that I had asked questions about before. And I don't know if I'll have rebuttal evidence, but if I do, I would like to present it.
Okay, so for the record, Mr. Jameson is maybe prepared to provide rebuttal evidence with respect to the demographic information that was provided today.
Yeah, at the next meeting, yes.
At the next
time
meeting.
at Adam
Okay.
Pregner. Yeah,
and to be clear, there will not be more than one continuance. There's just one continuance allowed per our rules. But there is no restriction on how many people can provide different rebuttal evidence. So that's fine. Yes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let's see, where was my list again? Peter Boyle, are you here?
I am. I will save public comment for the continuance.
Okay. Janine Scheimer,
Yes.
would you like your 2 minutes now or at the next meeting?
Next meeting, please.
Okay. Aaron Scheimer.
That's my husband. He's still working. He will also next meeting.
Oh, all right. Mary Skinner.
Yes, I'll comment at the next meeting.
Andrew Nebel.
Sure, let's do the next meeting.
Okay. Frederick Hoxie. Not here. Okay.
I am. I'll speak at the next meeting. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Sure. Sorry, I'm a little quick on the draw. Alyssa Jameson.
Next meeting, please. Thank you.
Dennis DeCapri.
Next meeting, please. Thank you.
Jeff McCall. All right, I'm going to say not present. Helen Madden.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, you're going to say next meeting? I just heard thank you.
I just said thank you.
Oh, Helen Madden, did you want to speak today or did you want to save your comments for the next meeting?
I spoke today. I'll speak next week. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Leslie Shad. Okay. Janet Clements.
We'll speak at the next meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Michael Felvey. Barbara Greenspan.
Next meeting, please.
Stephen Rogers.
Next meeting, please.
Lawrence Silman. Henry Cohn.
I'll reserve comment for the next meeting. However, I would like to just thank you and your fellow commissioners, city staff for your service and for taking the time to talk with us tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jameson, I presume next meeting, right?
Yes, please.
Yes. Maureen Hanrahan. Okay, not present. Oops, second. Renee Coleman.
Next meeting, thank you.
Yes. Linda Prager.
Yeah, thanks to everyone. Appreciate y'all sticking around for a long night, but next meeting, thank you.
Gregory Smith.
Next meeting, please.
This is unprecedented, let me tell you guys. Leonard Sciarra. But not present. Timothy Reardon. Well, your next meeting for sure. Beth Flintoft. Ms. Flintoft, are you there?
Sorry, I'm here. Well, I'd like to speak. I can be the
All
last
right.
one.
You're not the last on my list, but you know.
Okay, well,
We
hopefully.
have a taker. Go for it.
All right, made it this long. So I just wanted to, I live Beth Flintoft. I live over on Thayer Street, a couple blocks away. And I first wanted to say that I very much commend and appreciate Mr. Rogers and Ms. Jamison's questions and comments about Kensington's lack of motivation and knowledge about diversity, equity, and inclusion. And if the Planning Commission can't take that under consideration, given the rules, I certainly hope City Council will. In addition to this business being incompatible with the neighborhood and the city of Evanston for all the previously stated reasons, it hasn't been said, but I think it's worth stating that I think it's tragic that after nearly 75 years in this neighborhood, that this pretty mid-century style church in sound structural shape, as far as I can tell, is being torn down. Or as I heard earlier tonight, that it be requested by the city to be deconstructed. I understand it's a private property, but after 75 years in a neighborhood, it's unfortunate that a church couldn't sell to an organization that could update or renovate to use the current building, or that Kensington couldn't renovate, but I assume they're not doing so because it wouldn't be profitable. Also want to point out, demolition is also incompatible with our city's climate action and resilience plan, known as CARP. So along with this needless demolition, at least 8 mature trees, including the large 100-year-old elm tree next to the church on the west side, Adam pointed out, that would be lost due to the giant footprint of this building. And there are also 8 parkway trees that would be put under great stress, which includes about a 170-year-old beautiful native oak tree. That's right on the corner of Park Place in the alley. And not only does it has experienced a lot of stress given the gas line and repavement in recent years, but it experienced the stress of heavy construction and then the greatly increased daily traffic. So I just want to point out again, CARP, which was passed by our city council unanimously in 2018. It states that under the zero waste section, to support the preservation, reuse, repurposing of existing structures, to reduce demolition waste. And then again, under the urban canopy and green space on page 20, it says prioritize planting and preservation of native species of plants and trees on public and private property, and ensure that landscaping requirements articulated in the zoning code include the preservation of the maximum possible numbers of existing trees. I know the city said that they did that and Kensington said they did, but it doesn't look like they're preserving any private trees. And they're planting new trees, but that doesn't cut it. And given the climate crisis we're facing, we can't afford to lose them, especially the oaks, which are our top keystone species. These big trees all hold our carbon, clean our air, cool our streets, and absorb our stormwater. That elm that's right next to the church absorbs over 8,700 gallons of stormwater annually. So they're inconvenient for development, but they need our special attention and protection if we're to prepare and build resilience for the climate crisis that is here and is going to get worse. And I sincerely hope the Plan Commission will take this into consideration. All of this is being sacrificed to build an oversized cookie cutter building that can be found in 11 other Chicagoland cities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fantoft. All right, Colin Robinson. Vetsal Desai.
I spoke earlier. Next meeting, please. Thank you.
Todd Semla.
I'll defer till next meeting, and I thank the commission staff and all those who participated this evening.
Kristen Brockbauer. All right. Is there anyone I haven't named that would like to have their 2 minutes to comment on this project tonight? You don't have to say, if you don't want to, you don't have to say, you'll just be on the list for next time, or you'll add yourself to the list for next time.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, please.
So-
Elizabeth Smiley.
Oh, yes, Ms. Smiley.
I'd like to speak at the next meeting, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Mrs. Smiley, I'm sorry, I didn't take down your first name.
It's Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's see.
Sorry, this is Adam Prager. I just want to make sure I'm on the list also for next week.
Yeah, you're on this, sorry.
All right,
I stopped writing people's names down right at the end. It's a long night, but just figured that anyone that wanted to raise their hand would. So I apologize. And you're saving your time for next time, right? Yes. Okay. I'm writing that down. Okay, perfect. All right. With that, Ms. Jones, I believe, I hope you've had an opportunity to look at our upcoming schedule and can give us a few dates to consider for the next meeting.
Yes, so we are starting to have some pretty full agendas. Technically, the next meeting is in 2 weeks on the 24th. That meeting does have a small development that's on it, and that'll also be a joint meeting of the Plan Commission and ZBA. The meeting after that will be April 14th. And we have a couple of text amendments on that so far. So those are the next 2 immediate meetings.
Commissioners' thoughts? I have an opinion, but I'd like to hear what you guys have to think.
I'm
What do you
sorry.
guys think?
I'm sorry to interrupt you guys. This is Adam Prager. I don't think that we'll in any way be ready with additional traffic and transportation information in 14 days.
Thank you for the information. We'll take that under advisement.
Thank you.
What?
I've
Please,
got a
go ahead.
question on the text amendments that are coming up. Are those time sensitive?
All text amendments are time sensitive.
Actually, they are.
Okay.
I think, I mean, yeah, I understand that everyone, except for one person here, has, I'm counting about 30 people are either no longer present with us and had signed up to speak or decided to save their time. So that's, including stoppages. That's, that's an hour and a half of meeting just on the comment section for next time. I think having the meeting at continuing this to the joint meeting is a bad idea. Just because it's a joint meeting and also taking into account Mr. Prager's comment that it's only 14 days away. And I think in the past when we've had a next meeting at 14 days, we've continued with the understanding that we've thrown it out a little longer with the understanding that 14 days isn't really enough time to get a lot done. I mean, I would suggest we just go for April 14th. That would be my vote. Mr. Marlis, I know pushing this another month is an inconvenience, but I have to ask you, is April 14th a date that you would be able to attend our humble meetings?
Yeah, I can work with that. Thank
Okay,
you.
great.
Yep.
So commissioners, what do you think? April 14th? Megan, you have no objection?
No.
What's the meeting after that, just for my own edification?
The next meeting technically would be 2 weeks after that, so the 28th of April.
Okay. All right, so commissioners, the 14th?
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Is there a motion to continue this matter until April 14th, 2021?
I so move.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Draper's always there for a second. All right, let's vote. Ms. Jones?
Okay. Commissioner Draper,
Yes.
Commissioner Halleck,
I don't believe he's with us anymore.
Commissioner Hugo,
Yes.
Commissioner Linwall,
Yes.
Commissioner Westerberg,
Yes.
Chair Isaac.
Yes. Okay, so that concludes this matter for this evening. The proposed plan development for 2715 Hurd Avenue is continued to April 14th, 2021 at 7 p.m. There will be a notification as to the Zoom, the Zoom like meeting ID and location on the Plan Commission website, but there will be no further mailed or written notice of the continued meeting. With that, is there any other business that anyone wants to bring before the Plan Commission at this time?
Not at
Hearing
midnight.
Yeah, hearing none, is there a motion to adjourn?
I so move.
Is there a second?
I second.
All right, this is gonna be voice vote. All in favor?
Yes,
Aye.
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 Great. All opposed? Okay, this meeting is now adjourned. Thank you all. Good night.
Thank you, everybody.
Night.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.